guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. The organization has released its mid-year update on food crises around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean that he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. US correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realise there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request.
A group of researchers led by the University of Texas, Austin, say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. It could be a major breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has claimed more than 7 million lives globally. From Austin, Tony Waterman has more.
The researchers say they discovered and isolated a neutralizing antibody called SC27 from the blood of a single patient. That antibody attaches to the virus and prevents it from infecting cells in the body. The team was then able to use existing technology to obtain the exact molecular sequence of the antibody, opening the possibility of mass manufacturing for future treatments.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. Without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes, and what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The UN says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. And researchers at the University of Texas say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, with that, we will cue the microphone, and hey, we're off and rolling. Ready or not, here we go. We kick off a new day. Yes, indeed. Already Friday. So here comes the weekend. Yeah, you wait and see. This one will just fly by. In the blink of an eye, we'll be back here kicking off the greatest day of the week. Hello, Captain Ron. I see he's on board as we get things started here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Beautiful night outside the secret bunker, 69 degrees at the midnight hour, clear skies, stars shining bright. A little bit of everything out there. So I hope you've had a good week. A lot of folks wrapping up their NFL season kickoff parties. A game that concluded just a matter of minutes ago. I was unable to watch the game, but I was following via the NFL website, just keeping an eye on the score and the clock, and all I know is Ravens had several opportunities to tie the game. I had tuned in, I saw 2nd and goal, 3rd and goal, no go. Could not get in the end zone. Final score, Kansas City Chiefs 27, Baltimore Ravens 20. Sounds like it was a pretty good game, huh? I think Rubber Duck's going to chime in on that out of the box here momentarily. First, we always take a look at our traveler's weather. It's another, if you love a rainy night, as Eddie Rabbitt so famously sang all those years ago. You're in it again tonight in Louisiana, southern portions of Mississippi. A lot of rain beginning to move in to the Florida Panhandle region. We see some thunderstorms pushing through central Florida tonight. And there's another cluster of activity up off the east coast of Florida as well, from the Palm Coast up east of Jacksonville. That is our tropical rainstorm, which, according to forecasters, still has the possibility of developing into an actual tropical depression or tropical storm as we head on through Friday and into the weekend. But it's definitely going to be hindering travel, dealing out flash flooding, outdoor plans. Folks may be planning a day at the beach, a fishing trip, or some of those high school football games as we close out the work week will be impacted. Meanwhile, rising water may block some city streets and highways. This system obviously has a history of heavy rain. It formed near the northwestern Gulf Coast late last week. We've been dealing with this same system for literally a week now. It gradually wandered inland over Texas during the Labor Day weekend. It has since now reemerged over the northern Gulf and reorganized along the Texas coast, and it continues to track eastward into the start of the weekend. Now, they're designating tropical threats that have the potential to impact populated areas with flooding, rain, gusty winds, as well as those that could ramp up to a tropical depression or storm. Due to the proximity to land, a quick ramp up to a potential tropical storm not likely to happen, because the center of circulation is very close to the Gulf. It can continue to organize, though, kicking up some stiff breezes and torrential rain that are often associated with a budding tropical system. Locally, severe thunderstorms may occur along the Gulf Coast, including the risk of a few waterspouts that may move onshore and become tornadoes. Rainfall rates at times could be 1 to 3 inches per hour from the northeast corner of Texas over into northern Florida and southern Georgia at times as this storm moves along ever so slowly. Where this occurs over a couple of hours, you could see major urban flooding. The cities of Beaumont, Texas, New Orleans, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, Florida, all areas where a broad zone of 2 to 4 inches of rain will extend almost as far to the north as I-20 in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. From 4 to 8 inches is forecast along that Interstate 10 corridor from Louisiana to northern Florida, as well as southern Georgia. In that zone, there will be pockets of 8 to 12 inches of rain likely, especially in southeast Louisiana and parts of the Mississippi Panhandle. AccuWeather says it's not out of the question that a few areas may approach 18-inch rainfall totals. So never attempt to drive through flooded roads. The water may still be rising. Turn around, don't drown. As the tropical rainstorm moves over land before reaching the Atlantic, it may unravel a bit over northern Florida and southern Georgia Friday night. But then again, reorganization is possible when it moves over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream off the southern Atlantic coast coming up this weekend. As this occurs, it may trigger a brief period of increasing winds, enhanced rain, and rough surf in southeast Georgia and parts of the Carolinas before heading on out to sea. All right, forecasters are closely monitoring several other areas over the Atlantic, including one feature to the northwest of Bermuda that's going to swing into Atlantic Canada this weekend, and another system that's going to reach the southwestern Gulf of Mexico by early next week. That feature near Bermuda has the potential to evolve into a tropical depression or tropical storm in the short term. Next names on the list. We've seen nothing since Ernesto. Francine and Gordon. There's their next names for whatever system decides to organize first. All right, underway. Friday. What's on tap for the weekend? I anticipate we will be getting some predictions from the prognosticator of prognosticators, none other than Big Ed, for college football, weekend number 2. Are there actually any big games in the mix this weekend? He'll break it down for us. What do you say, Rubber Duck?
A toe. A toenail. A flipping toenail on the goal line! Oh, yeah, okay. I'm good.
So
I'm
what?
Better now.
So what was the deal? Like I said, I couldn't watch. I knew that they had second and goal, third and goal.
They had 4 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 4 seconds left. He completes the pass, and the poor kid. I swear to God, they had to go to the replay, and if you look at it, it's a flipping toenail of the cleat out of bounds on the line, or it would have been 27-26.
Really?
And Harbaugh was, Harbaugh. I'm screaming the whole game. Do not go for the extra point conversion. Go for the tie. Go for the tie.
Mm-hmm.
Take them to overtime. I'm sorry. And thank God there was three trucks away from me, like a nice wide open space, because man, when we played Denver and I was in outside Columbus watching it for the AFC Championship game when the Ravens went to the Super Bowl, they called the cops on me because they thought I was killing somebody in the bunk. Because that was freaking crazy. But no, great game. Yeah, they left points on the table. They did, same as I would tell my kids. But I don't think KC is going to get a 3-peat. I don't see it happening.
Okay.
It might not go through Baltimore. I hope it does. I really do. I'm sorry. Ever since I brought Jonathan Ogden's Land Rover home from California when he was our first-round draft pick, and they created that team. My apologies to Cleveland, but we left you your name, unlike Indianapolis Dolts. I'm sorry. I'll never use Mayflower.
Oh, boy.
No, dude, that hurt. And I was a Redskins fan, but to watch them leave that town and do what they did to Baltimore, that killed them. But, yeah, good game. Yeah, I parked. The boss is like, what are you doing? So I'm watching a football game. I'll get them delivered. Hey, this E-log thing says I need 10 hours. Okay, boss, it says I need 10 hours, and I've been here for 8 hours and 26 minutes. So I'll be good to go in a little bit.
You'll be rolling in short order.
Yep, I'll be hour and a half or so about that? Yeah. But yes, great game. Hats off to Patrick Mahomes. Seriously, that kid is this is a joy to watch. If you're a football fan or not, you have to admire greatness. You have to admire people that can step up and take control of a situation and lead. And, that's what all of our fathers taught us to do. Size something up, do what we're not players, we're truckers, we're a DJ. Your dad wanted you to be the best. And you are. You're an all-star, Steve.
Okay, well, thank you, Rubber Duck. All right, that's my head swelling.
No, it's not. It's not that big yet. But I'll keep going. I can make it bigger. But anyway, no, it was good. It was a good game. It was very exciting. Yes, they had opportunities to where they probably would have been ahead and made some missteps. But Derrick Henry was a beast. That getting him from Tennessee was a blessing, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of the year. So they're 0-1, just like my little Pop Warner team is 0-1, and we got a game Sunday.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll be 1-1.
All I know is,
ask you the kids.
Yeah, come. Well, it won't be Sunday night, Monday morning, but by the time we get in here Monday night after Monday Night Football, every team in the league will be losing. There's only one winner, and half the teams can win and half will lose this weekend to kick off the season. That's the way it works. So one down and a big weekend of NFL ready to get underway. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
righty, kicking off a Friday from time zone to time zone, making our way into a brand new day, which would be the 6th day of September. Well, a voice we haven't had the opportunity to hear in quite some time, old Kentucky Ken. How are you?
Well, I appreciate that very much. I miss everybody. I wanted to call and just thank everybody who reached out to me through Facebook. I had a lot of health issues going on. I thought even when I stopped driving the big truck and started driving the school bus that I had some sciatica going on in my back. And long story short, I started going to a chiropractor, and that sort of plateaued, and I waited until after the school year, and I went back to my doctor because I was still in truly just a lot of pain. And they sent me for x-rays, and believe it or not, I really couldn't believe it, but I needed a new hip replacement on my left side.
I saw you had the surgery. When was that? Yesterday or day before? I mean,
I had that. That procedure was done on September 3rd. The staff was great. Everything. I am totally. My pain in my hip is gone. I'm still in some pain where the incision was and all that. But I go to physical therapy tomorrow morning at 7:45, and hopefully I'm well on my way to getting back. But I had so many of our listeners reach out to me, and I always want to call, and sometimes when I wake up during the night, I'm like, I'll get on and start listening, and then I'll say, I'll call tomorrow. I'll call tomorrow.
Right.
But I just had so many people, because truly, Steve, your show and the listeners, I mean, I'm going back to, when your dad was on the radio. I've listened. It's just been a big part of my life, and I even though I can podcast it, it's not always the same. But I sure miss everybody and miss calling in and being a part of your show.
Right.
But,
well, I saw the photo you posted this past day. I mean, I guess it's amazing that's not all that big of an incision, I think, is what you're referring to replace a hip.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's truly, they go in through the top now, not through your backside. So, when he told me about it, and I said, whatever's quicker to the road for recovery is the option. He said, well, this is what we do now. We go, and we're not going through all that muscle when we were doing it the other way. So it's truly, Steve, I feel so much better than I did because I truly, even when I was driving over the road, getting in the truck and climbing up and back and doing all that was a struggle. And I was eating Tylenols and Advil and all that stuff. And, that stuff's not good for you to be on it all the time. But it's just, I feel so relieved right now and thankful for just all the prayers and everybody that's reached out. It's just it's given me a new, I just can't wait to get through my PT and get back to driving a little bit. In fact, I had a guy from the old company, I'm not going to mention the company, but he called and he said, I guess you'll be driving again soon. Well, I do plan on it, but I did start taking my Social Security too, so I'm sort of limited, even though I'm an ambassador for the company.
Right.
I may do a little part-time driving for them or something in the summer, so we'll see. But it's great to hear your voice. Your program's awesome. Like I said, you're just, it's a wonderful show, and I miss everybody and just wanted to say hello to everybody.
Well, it's great to hear from you. Kentucky Ken, rapid healing, get into that PT and get rid of the walker. That's kind of the way he posted this past day. Going to get rid of the walker. That's a good thing, right? Let's see, got a couple seconds here. He said, I have to say my hip feels so much better itself. Sore, but medicated. Very thankful for the Ortho Cincy and Dr. Matthew Hummel and his surgical experience and the team. First physical therapy Friday morning. Looking forward to hopefully getting rid of the walker. There you go. I truly love you all and truly appreciate your kindness and all the love you've sent my way. God is good, and I believe God wants me to continue my services with you and others on life's journey. All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Kentucky Ken. Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticators, just ahead. College football weekend number 2.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. The organization has released its mid-year update on food crises around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hunter Biden, the son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean that he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realise there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request.
A group of researchers led by the University of Texas, Austin, say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. It could be a major breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has claimed more than 7 million lives globally. From Austin, Tony Waterman has more.
The researchers say they discovered and isolated a neutralizing antibody called SC27 from the blood of a single patient. That antibody attaches to the virus and prevents it from infecting cells in the body. The team was then able to use existing technology to obtain the exact molecular sequence of the antibody, opening the possibility of mass manufacturing for future treatments.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, quickly, let's get to a few of our listening friends checking in out of the box. Of course, there's Philly Dan, TGIF. Let's go Eagles tonight in Brazil. Very interesting. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. The overnight drive's about to hammer down its TGIF. If the party started, 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Call in, be a part of the show. A delightful 70 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful, clear night out to check out the stars, the planets, meteors, anything that might be invading our airspace. Beautiful night to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, crank up the volume, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me?
I'm with you, and Steve, I got to tell you, that gentleman was taking it like a pro about Baltimore losing the game on that call. I didn't have a dog in that fight. All right? Let's get that established. It'd make a hill of beans to me who won the game. But darned if I like to see the referee call the game. Because when I'm sitting there looking at that, and I'm thinking, come on, let him have the touchdown. Was he over? I say he was right there on the line with the end of his cleat, the toe of his cleat. It wasn't over. You have to go look at it. It was right there.
That close, huh?
That close. Hell, they should have just made him stand there and went and got him a ruler and measured. I'm telling you, from what I'm looking at, none of the cleat was over that line. Why didn't they let the game play out? Because it was a good game. If that would have been for playoff implications, the Baltimore fans would be screaming to high heaven they got homered. Well, I'm sorry, from where I'm sitting, Baltimore got homered. It was just, I hate seeing a referee decide the damn game.
Right.
You know, if it's vagrant, if a quarter of the front of the toe of the cleat was over the line, okay, I accept that. But you get a chance, pull that play up. It was right. It was just right there. I didn't see no part of that cleat. over the line.
Wow.
And the ref didn't even go look in the camera. He just made a call based on what they were showing on the Jumbotron. And even the Jumbotron, in my opinion, didn't show his foot over that line. But, hey, I'm not into pro football other than the Super Bowl, okay? But stink is stink. I don't care how you look at it. It smells to high heaven. So, you know, when you buy a T-bone steak and you eat that steak, and if you got any meat left on the bone without picking the bone up and gnawing on the sucker in front of everybody in the restaurant, do you just leave that bone laying on your plate with that couple of 3 good bites of meat still hanging on it?
No.
I pick up a knife and I scrape that sucker. I'm going to eat every ounce of meat off that dude.
All right.
Yeah, if you're going to pay for it, by golly, you might as well eat it. Am I correct? Well, it's the same thing with football, Steve. You come into week 2. Last week we had some games that had some meat on them bones. You know, you didn't have to worry about scraping the bone. But this week, got to kind of scrape the bone. There are some decent games out there. There's a couple of them that's pretty meaty. Now, I've already started looking at week 3, and there'll be a couple of 3 games that's pretty meaty. And by the time you get week 4,
right,
we're getting into some slobber knocker games.
Well, I'll just assume, looking at the list, I'll presume it looks like if you got a number 3 versus a number 10, Texas versus Michigan, that should be a good game.
It is going to be a good game, and what makes it sad to me, I don't know which one's prime time unless it's Colorado and Nebraska, but at noon, it's number 3 Texas versus number 10 Michigan in Michigan. And guess who I'm going to pick? None other than my Texas Longhorns.
Okay, all right.
And they're going into the big house, but they're going to take them in the big house. Okay? Then I've got Oklahoma and Houston. Well, I'm just, because I wanted to get a little Oklahoma flavor in my picks, I'm going with Oklahoma. Then we got Utah and Baylor. Baylor Bears. I'm going with Utah over Baylor. Then we got number 13 Tennessee at 24 North Carolina State. They're there, I think that's Charlotte. Well, I'm going with Tennessee. Then we got the Oklahoma State Cowboys and Arkansas Razorbacks. Now that's going to be a tight game. Arkansas, they might pull off the upset, but they're playing at Oklahoma State, so I'm going with Oklahoma State.
Okay.
And I don't figure it'll be more than a field goal. It just depends on I don't think Arkansas's got the offense to keep up with the Oklahoma State offense scoring wise. It's going to come down to the Arkansas defense. Can they slow down Ollie Gordon and company? He's that hot shot back that Oklahoma State's got, and their quarterback, he's nothing to sneeze at. And then my last game, and I'm sorry, Lauren Wees, Colorado versus Nebraska. Now, I wanted to go with Colorado, but, I don't think Shedar Sanders and that Travis Hunter can beat the whole team of Nebraska. And based on what I was reading and looking at the stats, Nebraska, I think they found a solution to their defensive problems. And then I think their offense is good enough that they'll pull out a win at Lincoln over Colorado. And that's my 6 picks, Steve. There's a couple other games I was looking at, but I don't think they're really worth mentioning.
So, like for most of the other games, it's going to be kind of like week 1, where we're going to see these 54-3 and 72-0 kind of things, or
right. That's what you're going to see, and then, but you got Oregon and Boise State. Boise State, usually, they're not a team really you want to sneeze at, go to sleep on. But they're just not doing anything for me to think that it would be such a big deal, them going into Oregon and winning. So, yeah, most everybody else is playing the school of the blind. And so those are your bigger games right there. You know, like I say, it'd be easy to go in there and pick them other, you know, these big schools beating up on the Crips, you know.
Yeah.
Cripples or whatever you want to call them. Maybe that's a bad term to use, but, you know, that's just the way it is. And like I say, next week, third week, there's a couple of more meaty games. And I'm really looking forward to that fourth week because that's when Oklahoma and Tennessee is going to meet there in Norman. And right now, you know, unless I just change my mind, I'm going to – depends on what Tennessee does the next 2 weeks. I look for Josh Heupel and company going to Norman and put a hind end kicking on Oklahoma. But we're going to wait till that game happens. But let's see. So right now I'm 3-3. So let's see where I'm at come Monday morning.
Well, I got it all documented this time around. Big Ed.
All right, I've got it wrote down too. And I do thank you, and everybody be safe out there.
Have a great weekend, and we'll find out Monday morning. So his picks: Texas over Michigan, Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner over Houston, Utah over Baylor, Tennessee over North Carolina State, Oklahoma State over Arkansas, and Nebraska over Colorado. We got you. Are you with me? All right. Thank you very much, Big Ed. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Joe. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight listeners have a nice 57 degrees in Cochranton, PA. Have a good night and enjoy your weekend. Cap and Ron checking in one day closer to the greatest day of the week. 78 degrees, Lake City, Florida tonight. Semper Fi. Jeffrey's down there in your neck of the woods, Cap and Ron. Good morning, Jeffrey in Florida. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 59 degrees. Coxsackie, New York, round 3 to Schenectady. Then back to the port of Wilmington, Delaware to reload for Saturday morning. Todd Wheeler, hope everybody's doing well. Everybody have a good weekend. I'll deliver in Chillicothe, Ohio tomorrow. We'll reload for New Albany, Ohio. I get to go home for my 34, then we'll deliver to Locust Grove, Georgia come Monday. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line, 60 degrees tonight. We are Columbus bound. Dipsy Driver, how you been? Good morning, Steve, the best informed audience. 67, clouds, some rain on the way here in mid-Michigan tonight. Spent most of the morning in the ER. My loving wife got a severe case of COVID. Yep, it's still around to haunt us. They were able to get her temperature down enough to release her, prescribed Paxlovid for the 5-day treatment. The only thing was her insurance coverage stopped covering that in early 2023. The Paxlovid, the cost was $1,700, which we could not afford. I'm waiting for a call back from the doctor for an alternative. Wow. Everybody stay safe. Have a safe weekend when it comes around. You got to be kidding me. $1,700 for a round of Paxlovid? Yeah, I mean, during the height of the pandemic, it was free. Okay, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 76 degrees under a starlit sky, New Baden, Illinois. Got the powerful chrome-plated crowd truck pointed west at a high rate of speed with second Midwest turnaround from the Tar Heel. Bull haulers do more in one trip than most drivers do all week. 72 Tar Heel steers headed to Belfort, South Dakota. A great night for trailer trucking, but then every day's a great day for trucking. America's #1 sports. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the land of Lincoln. Yeah, I presume this has been Monkey Gouger's week at the Marina del Rey, so he typically heads out on Saturday. Maybe we'll get a check-in from the two-time world champion manure hauler early next week. Hello to Steve Thompson. Morning to the Overnight Drive team, all the truckers on the highways. Thanks to the Best Truckers show. It definitely helps keep me going through the night. Hey, a couple of others here quickly. Hello from Evanston, Wyoming. Larry on board. Clear skies, 71 degrees. Beautiful night for a drive out west. Everybody stay safe. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew, 71 in my area of the Bluegrass. Praying all is well with each of you. Had a house full of unexpected visitors, but great to see them, even though I'm completely exhausted. So it's going to be lights out for me in a few minutes. Everybody, please stay safe. And as always, be blessed. There's the Michigan Madman, TGIF. How about what's on tap for your weekend? Some racing? Maybe some RC model planes, helicopters, all that good stuff? All right. Timothy, good morning. I was going north on I-81 Virginia today. What'd you pass? Something. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. TGIF, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so another day means apparently another delay of our Polaris Dawn mission. We were hoping to be able to carry that live here in a few hours, but the update came down this past afternoon after a series of delays and a brief grounding by the Federal Aviation Administration. SpaceX and Polaris have their eyes now on Saturday. According to the FAA's current operations plan, Polaris Dawn set to launch Saturday from the Kennedy Space Center. They also showed their next backup launch opportunity on Sunday. But according to the FAA, launch window is set to open at 3:33 a.m. now Saturday morning. Earlier this week, records were indicating a launch attempt first. It was Wednesday, and then it was supposed to be this morning. Both of those have now been postponed. Not clear what caused the delays, but this is the mission that will carry 4 civilian astronauts to extreme orbital altitudes. SpaceX had cited a helium leak, and then it was unfavorable weather conditions in some of the earlier delays. Although return weather conditions scrubbed Wednesday's launch attempt, SpaceX was still able to launch a Starlink mission from Cape Canaveral. That was successful. All right, it is 844-844-3388, so I guess we'll have to wait and see if they are able to successfully get that launch in this weekend at some point in time. Hello to Double Trucker. It's a respectable 65 degrees in Lodi tonight. Yeah, much better than the mid-40s we've had here recently. I'm hooked up to my set, ready to make that final trip back to Western New York for the week. I'll be listening a little over on Rumble, where free speech still exists. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. All right, yeah, we heard from Kentucky Ken earlier. He did chime in a few minutes ago. The best of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive crew. Wishing you all safe travels and a great weekend. Hooday. Yeah, Bengals kick off against, who we got? Bengals got the Patriots this weekend. Yeah, your first season. Weekend number 1 for the NFL. All right, a couple of quick industry headlines. And, of course, we got quite a bit of new information this past day. Following up on the deadly shooting there in Georgia that took place there on Wednesday. The father, indeed, has been arrested. And law enforcement in Georgia, in their last update this past evening, were citing, apparently, and obviously, this was not just a localized thing in the state of Georgia. Apparently, there were copycats, I guess you'd call it, threats being phoned in, or social media messages, things to various school districts, apparently all over the country. They cited numerous such incidents in Georgia this past day. It was very early into the day when, my phone rings, and it's Rowan's dad saying he's on his way to the school to pick Rowan up. They've got some sort of a threat. And I said, what's going on? And I pulled up the local news was citing there was heightened security at several area school districts. One of them actually canceled classes after a threat was made online. Mount Healthy Schools canceling classes this past day. At that point, they had confirmed Cincinnati Public Schools, Princeton, Northwest Local Schools, that's where my grandkids attend, were all increasing security in response to a threat that was being passed around via social media. Mount Healthy School said, we are closing out of an abundance of caution. Time that we needed to complete an investigation with law enforcement. Cincinnati Public Schools released a statement that they're aware of the threats made against several area schools, which we take seriously. We implemented immediate security protocols, and we report every incident to the police for investigation and continued support. And this was just the word all around this region this past day. Why is it with... I can only assume that kids want maybe an extra day off. We'll just call in a threat, and we get a free day. But I highlighted, what is the purpose of terrorism? The term is to instill fear, and that was a fear instilled in many young people this past day. Including my grandkids. I mean, kind of shook up when they get home. What's going on? And they see the news of what's taking place. Other kids who had lost their lives. So we got numerous updates on that to pass your way. Meanwhile, quickly, the Arizona Department of Public Safety releasing the results of a commercial vehicle brake inspection effort that took place on some of the interstate rest areas. It was... They called it Operation Airbrake, the 2-day Operation Airbrake that took place in northern Arizona on the 27th and 28th of August. targeting commercial vehicles at rest areas along I-17 in Munds Park and McGuireville, I-40 in Parks, looking for missing, damaged, or defective parts. During the 48 hours, 178 inspections conducted, uncovering 521 driver or vehicle examination report violations. 45 vehicles and 16 drivers were placed out of service. That was kind of in conjunction with the CVA's Brake Safety Week.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm
ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. The organization has released its mid-year update on food crises around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hunter Biden, the son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean that he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realize there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request.
A group of researchers led by the University of Texas, Austin, say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. It could be a major breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has claimed more than 7 million lives globally. From Austin, Tony Waterman has more.
The researchers say they discovered and isolated a neutralizing antibody called SC27 from the blood of a single patient. That antibody attaches to the virus and prevents it from infecting cells in the body. The team was then able to use existing technology to obtain the exact molecular sequence of the antibody, opening the possibility of mass manufacturing for future treatments.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants, putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. Without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The UN says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. And researchers at the University of Texas say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, round number 2. Rolling into a Friday. Ah, yes, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Hello to Dingbat. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Hope you have a great weekend. Maybe the pool. Skullbuster dreams. Actually, we're looking to cover the pool this weekend. Pool time over. Cloudy, a little rain in the area. 69 degrees at the West Memphis International Airport Auto Repair Chrome Shop Truck Wash. Sure was nice to have a quiet night so far. And I know for a fact, Brain Dead is asleep, as he was scheduled to leave on a midnight run but the load was pushed back 2 hours. Oh, and I heard his comment from last night, so please ask the brain-dead person, what's the difference between a ball and a bucket of manure? The bucket. Yeah, you guys, good times. College football season, back and forth. Russell, good morning, Steve. Starting late. A little late to the party. 71, Dayton, Ohio. Hope all's well at the secret bunker. Truckers, be careful, be safe. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Well, there's Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Much better run tonight than last. Less traffic, still good weather so far. And to top it off, my load was ready early. Sorry for checking in sooner, but I was chatting with one of our listening friends. It was so sad what happened there in Georgia and the fallout from it. Our kids should be more worried about their schoolwork rather than their safety. We are clear, 69 degrees, rolling I-64 in Indiana this morning. Be safe, have a good weekend when you get around to it. And there's lastly, heat wave. Good morning from the Hacienda in Nuevo Mexico. A lack of freight has stopped me for the night. Well, at least I'm home tonight. Everybody be safe, and let's meet again come Monday morning. I do believe the porn star is on board this Friday.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
How the heck are you?
Man, doing great. Hey, I got a question for you. Have you heard anything about maybe a Chinese balloon coming across the United States again? The reason why I'm asking is this afternoon on a couple of the Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Southeast Wyoming Facebook pages, there's probably close to 150, 200 photos of people taken of a balloon that is reported going from Laramie, Wyoming, following I-80 across Southeast Wyoming, which goes over Cheyenne, which is home to F.E. Warren Air Force Base.
Yeah.
With the missile silos and going further east. Now, I don't know. I seen the photos. Apparently what it is, the sun was hitting it perfect, and it was like a big old, it looked like a big old, I don't know, a lamp up in the sky, if it makes any type of sense.
Okay.
But I wasn't able to find nothing about it. But everybody in Southeast Wyoming, from Laramie through Cheyenne, through Southeast Wyoming, over by Pine Bluff into Nebraska, they're just taking photos of it.
Very interesting.
And it was, yeah. So I haven't heard nothing from it. I haven't, seen anything, but I just kind of found it interesting that it followed I-80 perfectly. And F.E. Warren Air Force Base is just on the north side of 80 in Cheyenne. And I just wondering if you heard anything about it. Has anybody else across the country said anything about it? And the altitude was really high. It wasn't low at all. I mean, people had to get binoculars out just to, see it.
Okay. I was doing a quick search as you were speaking here, and I did come, there's a blurb here from Wyoming News Now out of Cheyenne. Folks across southeastern Wyoming reporting seeing what looked like a weather balloon Thursday night, spotted by many across Cheyenne who wondered what that could be flying so high. We reached out to the National Weather Service of Cheyenne. They said they confirm it was not one of theirs. We rather are receiving information that the balloon comes from Worldview Enterprises out of Arizona. It's called a Stratolite balloon. Worldview says it's this one is carrying a payload for NASA that is studying solar radiation in the stratosphere above the 40th parallel. So that's the word.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, because I guess that makes sense with the solar panels making it so bright, because the photos of it are just, it's really, really bright.
Okay, yep. Well, that's the word. And I think that particular story just came out here a few hours ago, like this past evening. So I guess, making the news, everybody's asking the questions that you were asking. So,
yeah, like I said, I was just on the road and I saw it on Facebook. It just blew up all the local Facebook pages.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell's going on now?
Are they back again? The Chinese are back.
Exactly. Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know, last night or yesterday afternoon, going over Elk Mountain, I ran into the first snowfall this season. Lasted about 3 minutes.
Just a quick burst, huh?
Just a quick burst. I guess that front came through, and the temperatures went from the 60s down to the upper 30s when one of those storm showers, whatever you want to call it, came through. But it's that damn time of year again. So
the times are coming. The seasons are changing. You are correct.
Yep. So we got chains on our truck now. So I guess we got to get ready for the damn snow.
I know you. You don't sound like you're all that excited about it, but I don't blame you. Thank you very much, Pornstall. That's interesting, though. What do they call it? A stratolite? All right, studying solar radiation. 844-844-3388. Let me give you the latest details. Yeah, a lot of rather disturbing information coming out as the father of the teenager who opened fire at the Georgia high school, killing 4, wounding 9, was arrested on various charges, including second-degree murder this past day. 54-year-old Colin Gray, the father of Colt Gray, charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, 8 counts of cruelty to children, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Now, no other details were immediately provided. They did hold a news conference later in the day. Now, the father apparently actually purchased said weapon. I'm seeing reports, purchased the weapon for the 14-year-old son as a holiday gift. Yeah, the charges, sheriff, just the way he was putting it, was the father was aware that the child was in possession of the weapon. But again, it was later in the evening, there was a report that he bought it for him as a gift. Now, keep in mind, this is the child where the FBI had knocked on the door last year, concerned about threats of violence, threats of committing a school shooting, and dad goes on a few months later to buy him a damn AR-style weapon? In the state of Georgia, second-degree murder means that a person has caused the death of another person while committing second-degree cruelty to children, regardless of intent, punishable by 10 to 30 years in prison, while malice murder and felony murder carry a minimum sentence of life. Now, the 14-year-old has been charged as an adult with murder in the shootings Wednesday. Warrants obtained by the Associated Press accuse him of using a semi-automatic assault-style rifle in the attack that killed 2 students and 2 teachers, wounding 9 others. Now, this again, the teen who denied threatening to carry out a school shooting when authorities interviewed him last year about some of his menacing posts on social media. The sheriff this past day explained conflicting evidence on the post's origin, apparently, left investigators unable to arrest anyone. Jackson County Sheriff said she reviewed the report from May of 2023 and found nothing that would have justified bringing charges at that time. We did not drop the ball on this, she says. We did all we could do with what we had at the time. When a sheriff's investigator from neighboring Jackson County interviewed Colt last year, his father said the boy had struggled with his parents' separation, that he often got picked on in school. The teen frequently fired guns and hunted with his father, who photographed him with a deer's blood on his cheeks. He knows the seriousness of weapons and what they can do and how to use them and not use them. According to the transcript obtained from the sheriff's office, that was the father. The teen was interviewed after the sheriff received that tip from the FBI when Colton was 13 at the time, that he had possibly threatened to shoot up a middle school tomorrow. That threat was made on a social media platform known as Discord that is popular with video gamers. I've never heard of it. Yeah, that tip pointed to Discord, an account associated with an email address linked to Colt. But the boy said he would never say such a thing, even in a joking manner at the time. The interview transcript quotes the teen as saying, "I promise I would never say something," where with the rest of that denial listed, it was pretty much, the rest was inaudible. All right, classes obviously were canceled this past day at the high school. Yeah, they've interviewed a number of the other teens that were in the school at the time. Colt being held at the Regional Youth Detention Facility. His first court appearance is scheduled to take place later this morning, Friday morning. Authorities have not at this point offered any motive or explained how, he obtained the gun. I think they've got that now. He received the gun from his dad. It is 844-844-3388. We also got some additional information about the mother, which we did have a little tip last evening. Roki had shared a post that was supposedly from the aunt of the shooter, stating that his mother was a drug addict, methamphetamine. And so the father clarified that apparently the boy had struggled with the split of the parents. Marcia Gray is the mom. She has a criminal record spanning more than 17 years and 4 counties. The 43-year-old has faced prosecution in Barrow, Fulton, and Forsyth counties, accused of domestic violence, drug possession, property damage, traffic violations. She's also faced civil fraud charges related to a vehicle purchase. She was in jail in Ben Hill County as recently as April. According to publicly available court findings, Marcia was arrested on November 6 in Barrow County, suspected of possessing methamphetamine, fentanyl, and muscle relaxants. The arrest warrant states that Marcy Gray had a glass jar containing methamphetamine, a baggie containing fentanyl, another baggie containing multiple muscle relaxants, and a glass pipe used for the ingestion of narcotics. She also concealed the identity of her Nissan Rogue by affixing a tag for a Nissan Kick fake tag. In December, she was charged with and pleaded guilty to single counts of using a license plate to conceal identity, criminal damage to property in the second degree, criminal trespass, family violence. Her guilty plea form filed in Barrow County Court shows that she was prosecuted under Georgia's First Offender Act, which allowed eligible defendants to plead guilty without being convicted. She was sentenced on December 21st to 5 years in jail, with the first 46 days to be spent in confinement and the remainder on probation. And she received credit for the time she had spent in custody from November the 6th. As a special condition of the probation, she was ordered to pay just over $1,500 in restitution to an Atlanta construction company, Van Winkle Construction. She was prohibited from having any contact with her husband, except through a third party for matters concerning their children or their divorce. So this whole split of the parents thing apparently just happened here over the past holidays. An April 5 order in relation to the restitution shows Marcy Gray was at that time located in the Ben Hill County Jail in Fitzgerald, Georgia. An earlier order in the Barrow County case states that Marcy Gray may be subject to prosecution in another county, but didn't specify where or why. Let's see. The Fitzgerald Herald Leader crime report from January states that Marcy Gray faced charges of aggravated battery, theft by taking, criminal trespass, false imprisonment, and failure to appear. She was prosecuted in 2019 on misdemeanor traffic charges, faced a speeding charge in Barrow County in 2014. She was also charged in 2008 and 2007 in Fulton County. Traffic offenses, driving under the influence. She took a plea deal and was fined $600. So mom had her own troubles, which obviously does not justify what occurred, but kind of goes along with what Pappy and Grump were kind of explaining last evening, that what some of these kids are growing up in. They don't have supervision. They have no attention. They have, I guess you could say, they don't know what love is. Sad but true. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here you go. I was just able to pull up from the New York Post here just a few hours ago. Citing apparently the father purchased that weapon 2 months after authorities had knocked on the door inquiring about threats that the boy had made online. We'll see if I can pull up the rest of the story coming up. Let me jump to Eagle this Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, we got too much time before the break, so I'll get started. Yeah, Steve, I want, before I get to this Tim Walz guy, this vice president for Harris, I've heard some very bad stuff about him over the last couple of days. I want to say this about the school deal again. I talked to another guy about this morning, no sooner than what you said about these kids. And these parents, maybe they can relay this message to their kids. But if these people don't realize that is a terroristic threat, Steve, whether you think you're being funny or not, these kids that call up these schools and make these and say that there's something bad is going to happen at the school, that is a threat, and they can't be arrested for doing that. There's nothing funny about that when they have to evacuate a school and you got kids and parents that are worried about what's going on after they just seen what happened in Georgia. There's nothing funny about making a phone call to a school and saying that you're going to do something. There's going to be a shooting. There's nothing funny about it. And those kids definitely need to be prosecuted, and they need to have some you see what happened with this other 14-year-old kid in Georgia. They didn't take him serious, and now you got 4 people dead because they didn't take it serious. So hopefully these parents will relay that to their kids and let them know not to joke around and play games about mass shootings in a school or mall or whatever they want to do. There's nothing funny about it. At least I don't think it is. Because there's no reason for this type of activity to begin with. A 14-year-old kid the last thing on his mind should be walking into a school and shooting somebody. He should be concerned about learning, getting some brain. But now that you give all the information about his family, he didn't have no family life. His mother was garbage and his father was garbage too. And they can't put his mother in jail because it sounds like she already in jail. But his father, that's exactly where he needs to go because they didn't raise their son up the right way, and now it's going to result in 4 people losing their lives and 9 other people shot. It makes no sense, Steve, for people to conduct it. Some people don't even deserve to have kids. It's hard to believe you say something like that, but some people don't deserve kids when they raise them up the way these people did. It's really sickening and disgusting what took place. The family man, one of the people killed was a coach, football coach. Mm-hmm. He had a wife and kids and family. Now he's dead and gone. And another school teacher and 2 other kids were killed by this individual. And it could have been a whole lot worse if that guy that worked for the school didn't confront that guy in the hallway. It could have been even worse than that. And let me ask you one question before we go to break, Steve. Explain to me, what parent gives their son or daughter an AR-15 rifle for a present?
Yeah, at 13, 14 years old, that is a good question.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Super typhoon Yago is heading towards China's southern coast and the island of Hainan after lashing Hong Kong with heavy rain and strong winds. Packing winds of 240 kilometers per hour, the storm is currently the equivalent of a Category 4 hurricane. Laura Westbrook reports.
Heavy rain continues to lash Hong Kong on Friday. Schools are shut, the stock market closed, with the storm seeing some 20% of flights cancelled. On the island of Hainan, all flights in and out of the main airport were cancelled. Authorities ordered businesses, public transport and schools to close as people there brace for impact. Guangdong province issued the highest level emergency warning. Scientists say that hotter oceans mean storms are intensifying quicker. Yagi gathered strength over the warm waters of the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Hunter Biden, son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realise there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its food crisis reporting. The organization on Thursday released its mid-year update on food crisis around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the 2 areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Jody Jacobs, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Serta for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Here's what the New York Post reported here a few hours ago after the father was arrested. The father told police that he gave the boy the AR-15 style rifle as a Christmas gift last year. I think I may have said that it was 2 months after he was interviewed. It was apparently 7 months. 7 months. After being interviewed by law enforcement and the FBI. Now, they did say a bit more of the online posts that the shooter apparently had made, who denied it. But the online posts that were sent to the agency included photos of guns, according to the statement from the Atlanta field office. Jackson County Sheriff's investigators identified the 13-year-old at the time as the possible suspect, but again, after the interview with he and his father, they did not have probable cause to take further action. Now, it was during that interview that the father told police that he had hunting guns in the home, but that his son did not have unsupervised access to them. Okay. So then the father then goes on to give as a gift the same son an AR style. I don't know if he was 13 or 14. I'm not sure exactly when his birthday was, but one of the two. Yeah, Eagle, we left off asking the question, who buys their child an AR style weapon at that age, right? I mean, it's illegal for them to possess, first of all, but I'd make sure what's going through the mind. Was Dad trying to make the boy happy by, giving him things of this nature, is all I could assume.
Yeah, that's the question I was asking before the break. So, you answered my question. It makes no sense, Steve, to give a boy a 14-year-old AR-15 rifle for a Christmas gift. You know how many different things he could have bought his son that would make his life better than buy him a weapon like that. No, this boy already had problems to begin with, and that's the last thing he needed was an AR-15 rifle. And his father definitely needed to be arrested. He probably should have been arrested last year when they went to his home, and then we might not be talking about this right now because they knew that there was a problem in their home, and they should have done something about it then, and maybe this boy wouldn't have took that gun to that school. Like I said, it just goes to show, Steve, that a lot of times the parents are involved in these situations. Like I told you before, there's no way you can live under the same roof as somebody, as your son or daughter, and not know what they're up to. My mom knew everything I did when I was a kid, and I guarantee you, if I would have had a gun in my house, she would have known about it. So it just makes no sense for something like this to happen, and for a young boy like that to do that. Like I said, he should have been concentrating on school and girls and football and other sports or something than worried about a gun. Now, I want to talk about this other situation. See, I learned some very bad information about. Well, I already knew the guy was no good about this vice president for Kamala Harris. All you need to know, Steve, let's not even talking about the guy skipping out on the military when it was time for him to do his deal with the National Guard or whatever he was associated with, because it's obvious that he skipped out on his duty. But here's all you need to know, Steve. Have you seen the photograph of his family? This guy's own family, his own brother, is endorsing Donald Trump. Do you know how much of a slap in the face it is? You're trying to be the vice president of the United States of America, and your whole family don't support you. Let me ask you a question. What does that say about Tim Walz when his own damn family don't want nothing to do with him? And can you explain that to me? And what would make people think he would be a good vice president if his own family don't want nothing to do with him? Can you answer that?
That's a tough question to answer. I mean, I think we all have family members that have different ideologies. I mean, not everyone in my family is a conservative as I am. So, I mean, technically, doesn't Donald Trump have a sister or something that doesn't support Trump? I think he does.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is a whole group photo. This is a whole photo. I don't know how many people was in this photograph that I've seen, and they got Donald Trump T-shirts on, saying that they supporting Donald Trump. You know, that's not good. That's not good, Steve. That's not good at all for them. And then, like you say, you've had several other people that disassociated themselves with Kamala Harris and him, such as Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, Jr. Both of these people were Democrats, and they don't want nothing to do with these people. If you got people that's getting the hell away from these people, that tells you all you need to know about Kamala Harris and Mr. Walz. That they got a real fear. Like Trump, I listened to Donald Trump today, Steve. He was did a deal over in New York, and he was talking about, well, there's something wrong with that guy. They like to say that Donald Trump is weird or J.D. Vance is weird. No, he's the one that's weird. There's something that's off about this guy. And like I said, bad enough his family. Like I said, the only thing you need to know about him that turned me off, he was already associated with the Minnesota deal after the guy got killed with the riots and all that. And then the final straw for me was, Steve, and I don't care what nobody, whether you try to be funny or is the guy just plain stupid, when he installed tampon machines in boys' bathrooms. Right. That told me all I needed to know about that guy. You have to have mental problems to do something like that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, as far as I did have the rest of the story on the whole. Yeah, it looks like a family photo there. Apparently, according to the rest of the story, they are like cousins, extended family. Now, he does have one living brother. One of his brothers had passed away a few years ago. The one living brother, earlier this week, indeed, did speak out, saying he's not endorsing Tim, that he was endorsing Trump. But I'll give you more on that coming up. First, I want to get to Dan's been holding on a few minutes here in regards to the Georgia shooting. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. In regards to that, I guess the way I look at it is, once again, it's a failure of the agencies to protect us. They go out and they make a decision that the threat that was attributable to that 14-year-old shooter was not credible. So what did they base that on? How did those photos get there? And where was the IP address listed for that account That's how they got there. It'd be like you or I or anybody else robbing a bank and saying, "Did you do it?" And we got the money back, and we go, "No, we didn't do it." Okay. I mean, it's at best sloppy police work. So if the FBI's Atlanta office conveyed this threat, why didn't they check it out themselves? Or why didn't the Jackson County, did they get back with the Jackson County, or did they go back to the FBI and say, we've deemed it non-credible? Well, what was the basis for you deeming it not credible? And then when it gets to the father, my point, if I was his attorney, I'd say, well, wait a minute, you said it wasn't credible, so he felt it wasn't credible, and it would be all right for the kid to own guns. And I don't believe Georgia has a minimum age limit to purchase a gun. I heard that today.
Really?
I'm not saying, yes, I don't believe the state of Georgia has a minimum. What I heard was that you can own a gun, you can give a gun to someone, and they don't have to be at a certain age, a minimum age. But the other thing is, where's the school district failure? Just because the prosecutor says, the kid, we don't consider this a credible threat. And again, I don't know how in God's name you could say that, because that had to get onto that website or to that media site somehow. It somehow had to be there. Who put it there? I don't think they said AI. So who put it there? Well, the other issue is that why didn't the school say, we don't care, it's on there, it was attributable to you, you're never going to go in a classroom in the state of Georgia again, regardless of where the school is. And we'll let every school know, if you want to move out of state, that you don't go to school. We school you at home. We had a case, I'm not one of these, we had a case that happened, you might remember, it was a couple years ago in St. Louis, the school shooting at Southwest High School. Well, the gun was purchased from a private party. The gun store owner refused to sell the gun to the kid. The mother calls the St. Louis City Police Department and says, my son's not right. He's been under psychological counseling, or maybe he was committed, and he's got this gun. I want you to remove this gun. The police department would not remove the gun. It was in the woman's home. Well, they didn't remove the gun, and about 4 or 5 days later, the kid takes the gun and he kills 2 people at a school that he used to attend. So, you look at this situation, I think the first place is, yes, the father should not have bought the kid a gun. And his father should have used the same scrutiny that I'm using. Why are they here if you didn't do this? And he should have, if he wants to own guns, quite frankly, I don't think it'd have been legal, but I think he could have went on the FBI's list, on the list not to buy a gun. But it's not going to prevent him from buying it from a private party. But they're saying to him, you should have known that your kid was a credible risk when we told you that he was not a credible risk.
You make valid points. I do see that as far as purchasing a weapon, you've got to be, it's 21 for a handgun, it's 18 for a what they call a long gun. I can't find whether, is it legal for, say, the father obviously legally purchased, is it legal to bestow that then to someone who is under the purchase age? I'm not sure about that.
Are you looking at Georgia or federally?
Georgia.
Okay. Well, can the father gift it? can the father gift the gun to the child?
That's
to the kid?
that's what
But on the other
I can't
hand,
find that. That's what I can't find. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, and the other thing was, if this home is so messed up and it's not safe environment, why wasn't this kid removed from the school, from the home? Why wasn't he taken away from the home? I mean, the mother was, I don't know if she was even in the home. I don't think she was. I think the father and him have been moving around. And I just don't think that, first of all, and this may anger some of your callers, I don't think, well, legally, they're not going to be able to charge this kid as an adult. And that's what bothers me about these people. It's window dressing. Because there's a Supreme Court case that about charging a person under the age 17. You can look that up, and when I get off, I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
But I know of a case where an individual was, I think, 16. His name is Christopher Santillan. It's in the news, St. Louis News. He shot in cold blood a kid over an argument over a girlfriend. He went to prison, and he was there for life. And because he was under 17 or under, the Supreme Court held that he could not be tried as an adult. And a lot of these cases, so I don't think this kid should be charged as an adult. Not at 14. He's barely of the, isn't 13 the age of reason?
I believe that is the case. We talked a bit about it last.
Yeah.
I think Grump brought up the fact that he knew the age numbers. You can be tried as an adult, but as far as the death penalty is concerned, you cannot.
That's off.
You can't. Yeah, right. That's out of the question. I think he might be able to get sentenced to life in prison, but definitely not the death penalty.
Well, no, and I don't think. I mean, again, I'm going to say it like it is. I know it'll aggravate some people, but basically, our government and the schools he was in, and I mean, the intervention could have occurred when that sheriff's deputy came out to investigate that online thing, and he should have been accompanied by somebody from the FBI, because he could have probably trapped that kid up in the truth. Now, does anybody believe that it wasn't a credible threat now? I mean, he said he was going to do it. Now he's done it. Now, do you believe it was a credible threat?
Right.
And so I just, I don't. I mean, I don't know what you do with a kid like that. I really don't. I'm sure his lawyer's going to push for not putting him into the adult system. That's going to be the arguments, and there may be cases going up the ladder for this. But what bothers me is now that the damage has been done and lives destroyed, literally, and for families, now they want to go ahead and do the job that they should have did when in May or spring of 23.
Right.
Because this kid could have been gotten off the street, and because I know of a case where it's very close to where I live. The only reason I know it is the mother said he made a bad choice, and this kid was told don't come back on the public school grounds, don't come anywhere, and here is a court order barring you from coming there. And he is being educated at home. I have a feeling it might have been a gun. I don't know. I didn't ask her. You understand? She
Right.
didn't verify, other than she said he made a bad choice. And I know he's old enough to drive, but he doesn't drive a car. Uber picks him up, our family members. But we did Zoom stuff during. It's a federal law. The kid has to be educated, but we certainly showed we can do that online during COVID. and stay at home. You don't come around a school building. It's, the school. It's a sad situation, Steve. And the other thing is, relating that to something that Eagle said, why was Walt, when Waltz got arrested for his DWI, the school fired him as the assistant football coach. Why was a few years later he was promoted, offered a promotion in the National Guard? You ask your son what happens when people get DWIs. They're normally out of the military.
I'll do some double checking on that. I'm not exactly. I remember he had the whole DWI thing. I don't know. Yeah, don't military personnel, don't they get in a lot of trouble? All I know, when my son was stationed in Germany, yeah, he and the guys would go out when they had their leave nights or whatever, and go in town and get shish kebab faced. Fall asleep on the train trying to get back to the base and all that is. All right. Thank you, Roki. He did a quick search via Search Labs. In the state of Georgia, there is no minimum age to own a rifle or shotgun. There are some age restrictions for owning a handgun and applying for a weapons license certificate. Okay, so if Dad legally, I guess it's not against the law for him to gift it to the underage individual. The big question, though, going back to, and I understand Dan make, I guess, a valid point. If law enforcement concurred that they couldn't definitively say your son made these threats, aren't most of us always going to give our kids the benefit of the doubt? He said he didn't do it. Things we may never get the full answers to. All right, quickly before we hit the news break, top of the hour, and plenty of room for you on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. The social media photograph, which is presented as a family group photo. They spoke to the sister of Tim Walz. Said she doesn't recognize any of the people wearing these Nebraska Walls for Trump t-shirts. 8 smiling people wearing the Navy pro-Trump shirts underneath a Trump 2024 Take America Back sign. That was eventually reposted by former President Trump, who wrote on his Truth Social, "It's a great honor to have your endorsement. I look forward to meeting you soon." First posted by Charles Herbster, a former candidate for governor in Nebraska, who had Trump's endorsement in a 2022 campaign. Herbster's spokesperson, Rod Edwards, said the people in the photo are cousins of the Minnesota governor. The family in the picture are the descendants of Francis Walz, who was the brother to Tim Walz's grandfather. They are all Walzes and spouses. The descendants of Francis Walz confirmed their relationship to Tim Walz in a text message to the Associated Press, stating shortly after Governor Tim Walz was named the Democrat Party vice presidential nominee, our family had a get-together. We had T-shirts made to show our support for President Trump and J.D. Vance. The photo was shared with friends, and when we were asked for permission to post the picture, we agreed. The picture is real. The shirts are real. We are the Nebraska Walz family. We are related to Governor Tim Walz. Our grandfathers were brothers. The message on the shirts speaks for itself. Nebraska Walz for Trump. Now, the sister, Sandy Dietrich of Alliance, Nebraska, said she suspected it might be that branch of the family. All right, now there was, as I mentioned a bit ago, the brother, the living brother of Tim, Jeff Walz. The 67-year-old wrote that he was 100% opposed to all of Tim's ideology, and he thought about endorsing Trump. Thought about it. Says he's still irked that he learned on the radio that his brother was Harris's running mate, but he did not intend to influence the political debate, and he doesn't want to be involved in anybody's campaign. He really is pretty much saying he just wants to keep his family out of it. He doesn't want to be in the spotlight. Jeff told News Nation that he and his brother, the 60-year-old governor, haven't actually spoke since the funeral of their younger brother in 2016. Aside from a brief phone call last month through their mother, apparently. All right. It is 844-844-3388. So the brother kind of trying to sidestep the questions about is he actually endorsing Trump? Yeah, he doesn't want to be under the spotlight, from what I can understand. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. The organization has released its mid-year update on food crises around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hunter Biden, the son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean that he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realize there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request.
A group of researchers led by the University of Texas, Austin, say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. It could be a major breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has claimed more than 7 million lives globally. From Austin, Tony Waterman has more.
The researchers say they discovered and isolated a neutralizing antibody called SC27 from the blood of a single patient. That antibody attaches to the virus and prevents it from infecting cells in the body. The team was then able to use existing technology to obtain the exact molecular sequence of the antibody, opening the possibility of mass manufacturing for future treatments.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants, putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. Without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The UN says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. And researchers at the University of Texas say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Here's the headline about this new antibody being discovered that protects against all variants of COVID. I found that rather interesting. How big would that be? They're heading a team of researchers. University of Texas, Austin. Believe they found an antibody. Antibodies attach themselves to the spike protein of a virus, preventing infection. They said they were able to isolate a broadly neutralizing plasma antibody, SC27. They're able to use existing technology to find the molecular sequence. One goal of this research, and vaccinology in general, is to work toward a universal vaccine that can generate antibodies and create an immune response with broad protection to a rapidly mutating virus. Will Voss, a PhD graduate in cell and molecular biology, who co-led the study. This, as we see a typical summer spike in COVID cases, according to the CDC. The Texas Medical Association says Texas is among the states seeing the highest number of cases in the country. Of course, the summertime, people get hot, they go indoors. We know the virus transmits more effectively. And he went on to say the vaccines that are currently available right now are not well matched to the variants that are circulating. That was Dr. Amesh Ajala last month, an infectious disease physician at Johns Hopkins University. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where that goes. And I was thinking, the COVID is a variant of coronavirus, right? It's a coronavirus. And coronaviruses they cause the common cold. Might they be able to find a remedy for the common cold? How cool would that be? Morning, Horse Feathers.
So does that have anything to do with mRNA technology or any of that stuff?
That's another question in my mind. Would they be able to maybe make your typical vaccination like historical vaccines without using the mRNA technology?
Exactly, because it's an antibody. It's not the DNA changing stuff. So anyways, that'd be interesting. So, well, I guess before we get in trouble, we better start this day out right here and say, hey, Becky, what day is it? Becky, did you hear her? What'd she say?
Hump Day.
There you go. All right, there you are, Becky. Anyway, now that we got that done. So, in our high-priced legal system, what is pleading responsibility? Out of all the times I've watched Law and Order and Special Crimes Unit, at the NYPD stuff, the Chicago PD, I have, and even Suits. I mean, even watching Suits. I don't know. You probably didn't watch Suits, did you? That's not one of those other things there. But anyways, have you ever in the legal system ever heard anybody plead responsibility? Isn't it guilty or not guilty? Where did this come from, Your Honor?
I mean, the way it's new to me as well. I mean, how are they trying to explain that it's not accepting responsibility, but I don't know, not accepting guilt, but accepting responsibility? Yeah, I don't know. How does that work?
I'm not guilty, but I'm going to pay $2 million to just because that's what you're going to charge, fine me, but I don't want to go through the court system and get told that have a record to keep me from having a record. I'll pay you off $2 million. Now, my next question is, if he's actually paid $2 million. We don't know what he's going to be sentenced to, but he's already paid $2 million. So, where did he get the $2 million from that he's already paid off, Your Honor?
That's a good question.
Did he pay taxes on that $2 million? I don't know. Oh, the questions that you know, every day you just wake up. You just wake up and you hear these new things, and you can't even make this stuff up, Your Honor. I don't even know where to go to even figure out where this came from. But yep, I'm not guilty. Don't convict me, but I'll pay the fine, whatever you're going to charge me with. Make the sentence, but don't make it so that I'm guilty.
I mean, those kind of deals that they make those deals with like corporations where they say, all right, we're going to pay $200 million and to make this go away, but we're not accepting any guilt, or we're not guilty of anything. We want it to go away.
Yeah. But we spilled a whole bunch of toxic stuff. Somebody turned the valve accidentally and spilled a whole bunch of toxic stuff and killed 12 billion fish. But we're not responsible. And just here we'll pay for some new fish and some fish food.
Make it go away.
Make it go away. But yeah, I've never heard it on the individual side before like this. This is kind of interesting. But anyways, I don't know. Oh, got some fog out here. I'm over here on the other side of Virginia here from the Gilligan there. I'm headed down towards Richmond, and we got some fog here going around like the Rappahannock River and stuff. And so anyways, I guess temperature change. We're down right about 59, 60 degrees, and must be a little moisture in the air or something, and some temperature change. But so everybody kind of keep an eye out for that. We kind of went the other direction there. We took a different road down the way today instead of going around the Capitol Beltway. So I'm not sure what they had going on. They still had more paving to get done. So I'm assuming that they're working on the paving up there. So if you're going around Washington D.C. at any point, I'm sure they're still in their normal construction here. So that's probably all going on there with that. Well, other than that, now got a loss here real quick. What does the big world organization that Donald Trump wanted us to get out of? I don't know if he wanted us to completely get out, but he didn't want us to put the whole bill. The heck is the name of that?
NATO?
Well, NATO's the one that we're all allies with, but then there's the other one too, isn't there? Well, we got the World Health Organization. But anyway, she got this whole food thing going on over there, and so where are all the other countries involved with these organizations? Where are they in stepping up to get food sent into Gaza for all these starving people? Is there anybody ponying up any funds to get some relief effort put in there? We haven't. I don't know. Your news hasn't been broadcasting that part. They just been saying that people are starving to death. So anyways, questions, Your Honor.
Who was it the other morning that suggested? I think it was Cue Ball. Wasn't he the one that said that? Yeah, when they start starving, if it's a humanitarian crisis, it's the innocent civilians, they're not necessarily Hamas members. He said, well, if they're there, maybe those innocent civilians, if they want some food, tell us where the Hamas is so we can finish the job and get you your food.
There you go. That'll work. And I don't know. Maybe the other thought is all the money that was going to the Ukraine there to have them, fight the Russians. Maybe we take some of that money. It would be more important to feed starving people, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just a thought. I don't know. I guess we can't solve the world's problems on the overnight trucking radio. So, but we certainly can give them something to think about.
We can ask a lot of questions.
Anyways, I don't know. There's horse feathers thoughts for the casual Friday. I don't know. Maybe I better come up with something better. This is Casual Friday, Your Honor. Maybe we should come up with something more Maybe I'll think see if we can come up with something better here. Maybe by the loneliest hour. Maybe
there you go.
Give you something.
Casual
something
Friday. It is rather interesting. I mean, they're saying it's known as an Alford plea. I've never heard of it. Even CNN's legal analyst said that Hunter's intending to change his plea deal to guilty in the tax case is rarely ever seen in federal court. Changing his plea from not guilty to guilty, where he faces the 9 tax-related charges, 3 of which are felonies. She said most federal prosecutors do not accept this type of arrangement, known as an Alford plea. And she explains, essentially what Hunter Biden is asking to do is go into the federal court and say, I am not admitting my guilt. I'm not admitting that I'm guilty of these charges. Instead, I acknowledge that the prosecution thinks they have the proof. And I'm willing to take your sentence, Judge, based on the indictment as is. It's very, very rare to see this type of plea or even an attempt to have this type of plea happen in federal court. It's official Justice Department policy, and this is a DOJ federal case, that you do not, as a prosecutor, accept an Alford plea except for extraordinary circumstances. She said, I was a prosecutor for 14 years, and I never accepted an Alford plea. Once in a while, a defendant or defense would call and say, hey, my guy's willing to take an Alford plea. And frankly, we'd laugh at him. We'd say, no way. We don't do that. That's a joke. Now, this coming from, again, CNN, Ellie Honig. Now, she said Biden and the prosecution cannot stop him from admitting his guilt in the courtroom if the prosecution denies this Alford plea. And it's no surprise the DOJ, who's prosecuting the case, is against this type of plea deal. They go into what all the charges were. I won't bore you with all that, but okay, that's never heard of it. We learn something new with each passing day, an Alford deal. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back on a Friday. Looks like Double R. You must have You have some cell phone troubles. He's been in, he dropped off, he was there, he dropped off. Give us a ring, Double R. Give us a full report. Morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Oh, happy Friday to see you too, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm not going to sing for Scarecrow tonight, so he's just going to be out of luck there, right? Well, wait a minute. I'll do the Papa, Mal, Mal. That'll be the best I'll give him there, right?
There you go, Elvira.
Elvira, that's right. Well, now I know on that form you have to tell who you're buying the weapon for. If he lied on that part of it, which that's all federal crimes there. So I don't think you can legally purchase a rifle or a pistol, either one, for somebody who's not legally capable of purchasing one. Which Georgia doesn't have a minimum age, so that's all gonna, all them lawyers will have to work all that stuff out there. So I don't know. I know one thing: you better have gun control, and that's put them in a safe and keep them locked up. Apparently, he said his son didn't have unsupervised use of the gun.
All right.
Well, that's a lie, because he was able to get it without his daddy even knowing it. So I got a big old safe. It cost me about $900. You got to use biometrics and all that other stuff to get in that thing. So I've got some weapons in there that my grandbabies will eventually get, but they ain't getting them today, and they won't play with them at all without me letting them hold it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I took it out and let them hold it and me not be there, Tennessee would be all over my butt. I can guarantee it. I would. Oh, she told me, I told a lie last night too, about that what a dentist can say and a gynecologist can't say about open wide.
Yeah.
She said that's the same thing. She said that's the same thing gynecologist says you too, open wide. Well, I don't know. So I mean, it's I don't even want to go there anymore. So enough of all that. So I don't want to get you kicked off the air anyway.
I don't know about that Tennessee now. She might be. I think she's pulling your leg.
Oh, she might be. She does that all the time. Which her and I don't agree politically, and me and one of my daughters don't agree politically. But that's just, that don't mean that I disown them there,
Right.
So they think you ought to do. And I asked Tennessee one time, I said, well, hell, you're a member of the Republican Party. I didn't join any party. I'm just an independent. And she used to listen to Rush Limbaugh all the time, but her and my daughter listen to that National Public Radio. I think they're left wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, to each his own. God put you down here to take care of your own business. You're responsible for it, not me. So, anyway, that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'm gonna back out and get quiet. Let somebody else get in there.
We'll see what we can dig up here this Friday morning, TGIF. So here we are. We've been talking about this, what do they call it? They call it a nuclear verdict against Werner Enterprises. There's one more step along the way, and that is taking it to the Texas Supreme Court, declaring that they will hear the appeal by Werner Enterprises of a nuclear verdict that carries, this right now carries a price tag of more than $100 million. Stick around. We'll share the rest of the story coming up. Hello, Double R.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I guess you're having up and in and out of cell hell there.
Well, I guess Cincinnati don't like my phone service. I don't know. I crossed the bridge there trying to call you, and I got dropped, and then I got up there by your exit and tried it again, and damn if I didn't get dropped. So I said, well, you know what, the hell with it. I'll wait till I get outside of Cincinnati, and I'll give you a holler, and so far so good.
Well, you should have just stopped in and knocked right on the secret bunker door if you were that close.
Well, I'm under the gun on this load. I've got I picked some cars up today, and 2026 Corvettes, and it's a high secure load, and got cars in my trailer with covers over them, padlocks on the covers. Every one of my doors have got seals on them, so I can't adjust the straps or do nothing. So
wow,
I said, that's on y'all then, yeah. So
top secret load.
I got to
huh?
be up here in Michigan. Yeah, I got to be up here in Michigan by about 7 o'clock. But we are officially ready to go on the cruise, Steve. We got our plane tickets today. Got everything booked up. I got a private shuttle out of Fort Lauderdale. Going to take me to the embassy, and when we get off the boat, he's going to pick us up at the embassy and take us back to Fort Lauderdale. So we're all ready to rock and roll.
All right. So was it a whole lot more affordable to fly into Fort Lauderdale, even having to pay the shuttle to get you to Miami?
Well, for 4 of us, me and Anita, Juanita, and Granny, $571 round trip from Nashville nonstop.
Okay.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
And then the shuttle is $30 a head. So there's $120 one way and then $120 back. So it wasn't really that bad.
Okay.
So, but we're ready to rock now. So, I was just letting you know. So, but if anybody needs a shuttle, this guy, he's got a hell of a business down in Fort Lauderdale. That's all he does is shuttle from Fort Lauderdale
to Miami,
Miami,
back
so,
and forth. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, we of course when we originally slated the cruise, we slated it to we were going to go into Fort Lauderdale and then get that bus for all of us down to Miami, and some were talking about, man, $70 a head to get there and back, and it's like, can't we just fly straight into Miami? So we had that whole debate, and then again, I think most of us are all dealing with the same thing. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, right? By the time you pay for the shuttle from Fort Lauderdale to Miami, or pay a little more for the flight directly, but we paused there.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Super Typhoon Yago is heading towards China's southern coast and the island of Hainan after lashing Hong Kong with heavy rain and strong winds. Packing winds of 240 kilometers per hour, the storm is currently the equivalent of a Category 4 hurricane. Laura Westbrook reports.
Heavy rain continues to lash Hong Kong on Friday. Schools are shut, the stock market closed, with the storm seeing some 20% of flights cancelled. On the island of Hainan, all flights in and out of the main airport were cancelled. Authorities ordered businesses, public transport and schools to close as people there brace for impact. Guangdong province issued the highest level emergency warning. Scientists say that hotter oceans mean storms are intensifying quicker. Yagi gathered strength over the warm waters of the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Hunter Biden, son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realize there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its food crisis reporting. The organization on Thursday released its mid-year update on food crisis around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Jody Jacobs, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, yes indeed, Hot Shot Secret. It's not just for diesels. Try the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The complete fuel system cleaner. You'll see improved fuel economy and power for your gasoline engines by safely, effectively cleaning the entire fuel system. Oh, and by the way, Gasoline Extreme is now infused with the Hot Shot Secret LX4, the premium lubricity additive. To prevent wear, providing excellent fuel system protection, it also acts as an upper cylinder lubricant. That's another benefit to improve your fuel economy. Order at HotShotSecret.com. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get an additional 10% off your, always 10% for first responders, active duty or veteran military, or CDL holders. That means you can get 20% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. So Double R, thanks for hanging in there. We had an interesting conversation here last time. Sundance gave us a call. And he was talking about the value of what's in your trailer, the value of your load, that you should be paid accordingly. So if you're hauling a load, a high dollar load of top secret vehicles, as you are right now, are you getting exponentially higher pay for moving that load versus if you were just taking a couple vehicles from Barrett Jackson's or...
Nah, yeah, I'm being taken care of. So everything's cool. Yeah. Yeah, they do. And we get paid for pretty much everything we do. I mean, if you have to wait, you get paid for it. When we're doing commercials, doing photo shoots for commercials, you get paid for it. These high dollar top secret loads, you get very well taken care of. And yeah, there's nothing we don't do that we don't get paid for. But the thing of it is, you got to put it on your trip report. They're not, they don't know, so they don't pay you, And well, they know, but they don't know what you did to involve yourself on this load, So
okay,
you have to pretty much let them know, and they don't have a bit of problem paying you. It's all good. So, but yeah, we do get paid for it. On real quick, Anita goes to the doctor today. She's done got cleared by 2 doctors, her cardiologist and our home physician. Both give her a good, clean bill of health. Today she has to go to the surgeon, the one that did the surgery.
Okay.
And she gets cleared on that one. Then she has to do the DOT thing. And I told her, don't rush that. There's no sense in it because they come up with some crazy crap, and we're just trying to find out. I know on open heart, when you have open heart surgery, it's you've got a pretty good grace period before you can take your physical. Like 90 days or something. It just depends on the doctor. But the way they done this robotic surgery on Anita, I don't know if there's a waiting period or what.
Mm-hmm.
And so I told her, I said, you need to find out. So, but other than that, she's doing excellent. She really is. I cannot believe the change that she did. I mean, she's back to raising hell with me, so she's doing good.
Okay,
So.
I guess that's a good sign. So finally got the lungs all cleared out.
Yeah, absolutely. They got the lungs cleared out. They had to go in where one of the wounds by her breast and open that up, reopen it, and they just left it open and packed it with gauze and let it heal from the inside out. That was part of the infection. And so it's doing great. I mean, it's doing real good. So.
Okay.
And then, like I said, they sent her home on oxygen to strengthen her lungs out because her lungs went through a lot of stuff there, and during during the rotation of everything that was going on. So she's not even on oxygen now, and I mean she's doing great.
Good.
She really is. Should be back in the truck probably right after the cruise, so that'd be good. But that dude that down in Fort Lauderdale, Steve, we should have used him a long time ago. He's got 5 vans, 15-seater vans, and that would have probably been a better deal, than trying to get these buses that we always had to go through. You remember all that?
Well, yeah,
we had to go through,
right? Yeah, we're supposed to have the big coach for this round as well, from Miami to the actual port and back.
Okay. So, well, I told him, I said, I'll tell you what, man, looking for plane tickets, my God, you have to get a second mortgage on some of these plane prices.
Yep.
I mean, I could not believe it. So if people are looking, you better get busy now because they're going up. I mean, big time going up. So, but anyhow, Steve, I took enough of your time. I'm listening, and I guess we'll just holler at you a little bit later on, brother.
All right, safe travels on that top secret load. Heading for Detroit, did he say? All right, on a Friday, what do we got? 19 before the hour, 844-844-3388. They referred to it as a tiny asteroid. I'm thinking 3 feet in diameter ain't so tiny if you ask me, but I guess in the big scope of things, it is very small. But it was headed for Earth, burning up in a spectacular fireball over the Philippines, according to the European Space Agency. It was about 3 feet in diameter, as I mentioned. It had eluded discovery, was finally spotted by a research technologist at Arizona's Catalina Sky Survey on Wednesday morning. Labeled as 2024 RW1, the asteroid was predicted to burn up in the atmosphere, so no risk to those on the ground. Several agencies and the amateur space observers, including NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office, confirmed the asteroid burned up over the Philippines at about midnight local time Wednesday. Now, this size asteroid, small they referred to it, strike Earth frequently but are rarely noticed before impact. Clearer weather ensured people near the islands in the Philippines could spot the burning rock. Many shared photos and videos of the spectacular event. NASA's 2022 DART mission that crashed a rocket traveling at about 6.6 kilometers per second, or miles per second, into the football stadium-side asteroid Dimorphos, testing the feasibility of deflecting these kind of space rocks. If we remember about, 20-something years ago, that asteroid that exploded over Russia, that was a 20-meter in diameter, traveling at 18,000 kilometers per second, exploding over Russia, causing the massive explosion, the energy, they said, of more than 30 atomic bombs when this thing exploded. That airburst injured more than 1,500 people, from shattered glass to damaged buildings. And it is 844-844-3388. Let me get to the ongoing saga of the now $100 million price tag of the nuclear verdict against Werner Enterprises. The court announcing that they will accept Werner's appeal of a May 2023 Court of Appeals decision handed down by a split-and-bank panel. Oral arguments will be heard December 3rd. The Court of Appeals had upheld a lower court verdict from May of 2018. That judgment of almost $90 million was described by Werner at the time as the largest judgment against it in the truckload carrier's history. Since then, interest charges have taken the final sum to in excess of $100 million. There's no substantial disagreement about what happened in this case. It's about the fatal accident that occurred after Christmas in 2014 on I-20. In case you had missed this, because we've talked about this off and on for a number of years now, but it's mind-boggling how you can hold the likes of the trucking company primarily responsible in a case like this. Freezing rain and black ice were the culprits in the crash that killed a child of Jennifer Blake, who was in a car with her 3 children, driven by Trey Salinas. Another child was left a quadriplegic, and a third had significant injuries that were not life-threatening. The Werner driver, Shiraz Ali, was driving in the opposite direction on Interstate 20 with the bad weather conditions. Now, Shiraz was in complete control of his truck, but Salinas lost control of the car on the other side of the interstate, crossing the median strip, hitting the truck head on. The lower court decision, which came from a jury trial, found Werner liable for several reasons. Among them, Ali had not reduced his speed adequately given the weather conditions. The reasoning being that if he had he been going slower, he would not have been where he was when Blake's car crashed into his truck. Well, it, in all likelihood, would have been someone else's car or someone else's truck, right? Now, they also said he was not permitted to operate his CB radio, which might have better warned him of road conditions. While the lower court found Werner bore most of the blame, the Court of Appeals, in their decision, also did not spare the truckload carrier either. Under the circumstances, the risk was astonishingly high that a newly trained 18-wheeler driver who was not trained to drive in winter weather would cause serious death or injury if confronted with a traffic scenario requiring quick reactions. While traveling at approximately 50 miles per hour on a Texas highway with black ice, freezing rain, and freezing temperatures during a National Weather Service winter storm warning, particularly when the driver, number one, did not have information from Werner regarding the conditions on his anticipated or known route, or B, access to readily acquirable devices that facilitated the detection of conditions giving rise to black ice, like a CB radio or OAT gauge. Number two, he was considered a student driver with the second lowest possible evaluation score. And number three, was assigned a high-pressure, just-in-time delivery. So with all that in mind, that's where the jury trial, the court, the primary apportionment of blame went to Werner. 70% of responsibility, with Ali 14%, that's the truck driver, and Salinas, the automobile driver, with the remainder. And that's what they ultimately came up with. So battling this out in the courts, how can you, I don't care if he was fresh out of the box, just on his first trip after, getting his CDL, or could have been Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler that's been out there for decades driving safely. Could have been anyone. How is the driver of the 18-wheeler held responsible? It's a mind-boggling case, but all right, at some point in time, we'll find out. We've been 10 years in the courts now. We'll find out at some point what the Texas Supreme Court comes down with. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I was checking out some of the videos posted from day number 1 of the LS Fest East, which kicked off this past day, continues Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all weekend long. Hot Shot Secret is on location. So Kyle's there. I'm sure Matt Steinmetz is there. Beach Bend Raceway Park, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Lots of exciting racing action. Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. I know the new purple Fire Punk diesel is on location. They got a little bit sideways in their first run this past day. Kyle had shared that video. So either way, the Hot Shot Secret booth is on location all weekend. They're actually an event sponsor there. So make sure to stop by the booth if you get into the racing action there. Bowling Green, Kentucky this weekend. Looking ahead, let's see, next weekend after this, September 13th and 14th, it's on down to Texas. The NHRDA World Finals, big one. Texas Motorplex in Enos, Texas. Hot Shot Secret booth will be there once again. So that's the 13th and 14th. At the same time, it's a one-day event in Urbana, Ohio for our truck and tractor pulling fans. Urbana, Ohio at the Champaign County Fairground. It'll be the NTPA Enderley All-Star Pull-Off event. Taking place on that date. Hot Shot Secret booth will be there as well. Some of the upcoming events brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. And we'll get back to the calls here, see what's going on with Chris, I believe it is. Been a while. How you been there, Chris?
All right, Steve. Yeah, I had that story wrong the other day, right? I had forgotten they turned him down on that NASA thing. But, it's strange you're talking about this Warner thing because that's the perfect example of an Alford plea. When you agree with the facts and you don't agree with the charges, that's what it means. They usually call it a no contest plea.
Okay. And
it's supposed to absolve you from financial. Well, it's for civil suits. They probably charge the guy who knows what kind of a traffic ticket he got, but you would want to plead no contest. Like, yeah, that's what I did, but how the hell am I? Is it my fault?
Yeah,
right. But That's what they call it. I mean, there's a lot of gray areas in the law, like they can charge you with assault if you hit somebody, or you're defending yourself. Well, no, not exactly. And there's all kinds of degrees. I mean, of a charge that it's kind of subjective. I guess Hunter's saying though that he thought it was legal to spend $500,000 on hookers and write it off on your taxes. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's
Well, I'm thinking when you're, I'm sorry. I would say I'm thinking along the lines of every year when it won't be long. We'll start talking about the inclement weather. We'll start having winter weather advisories, storm warnings, and the whole debate about at what point should you, as a truck driver, what point do you pull it off and wait for the storm to pass, or do you keep on pushing through? And there's always a hot debate. And then who makes a determination on what is a safe speed when you're on potentially slippery road conditions? I mean, you see some drivers doing 25, 30 miles per hour, and others are still barreling by at 50 and 60. This guy was doing 50, they said. And I'm not even, they said there was some black ice and slippery conditions, obviously, but who determines what an appropriate speed is?
It's completely subjective. They can get you that on a dry road. I got some guy changed lanes in front of me, and they said, well, my speed wasn't appropriate. I was going 40 on an expressway, because I had just gotten on. But, you can say traffic conditions. But I don't know.
I got to pause there, so if you will, hold on a moment.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. The organization has released its mid-year update on food crises around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity. a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean that he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. US correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realize there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request.
A group of researchers led by the University of Texas, Austin, say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. It could be a major breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has claimed more than 7 million lives globally. From Austin, Tony Waterman has more.
The researchers say they discovered and isolated a neutralizing antibody called SC27 from the blood of a single patient. That antibody attaches to the virus and prevents it from infecting cells in the body. The team was then able to use existing technology to obtain the exact molecular sequence of the antibody, opening the possibility of mass manufacturing for future treatments.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. Without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The UN says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. And researchers at the University of Texas say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed. Hey, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Friday. What's on tap for the weekend? Well, week number 2, college football. Week number 1 of the NFL, which kicked off this past evening. Kansas City Chiefs topping the Baltimore Ravens in what is being described by some of the viewers as undoubtedly a controversial call that could have sent the game to overtime. What a way to start the season. So coming up later today, 8:15 here this Friday evening, the Green Bay Packers will face those Philadelphia Eagles. Friday night football. Then you look towards Sunday, a big, big day. Panthers versus the Saints. New York Giants take on the Vikings. Bengals versus Patriots. Steelers versus Falcons. We got the Cardinals versus the Bills. Texans will take on those Indianapolis Colts. Jaguars versus the Dolphins. Titans versus the Bears. Cowboys and Browns. Sunday afternoon, 4:25. Looking on down, I got a couple of evening games there. Sunday evening, the Rams versus the Lions. 49ers versus the Jets. NFL, a new season is underway. All righty. Welcome back, Chris. Thanks for hanging in there.
No problem. You think Burrow's going to last the season?
I haven't paid a whole lot of attention on how he's even done. How's he looking in the preseason?
I don't know. I think he's only played a couple downs.
Okay.
A couple. I don't know. I hope he holds up.
And I saw that. I guess one big factor for the Bengals is Chase hasn't been participating in practice. I don't. As of Wednesday, I don't think he'd practiced at all. Is he even going to be in the lineup? I mean, he was a potential big weapon. That'll hurt.
Yeah, he said it's too late for this week, but if they want to sign him this week so he can be in next week, that's a big part of it. I mean, that combination there, because he didn't do that well with Green, Burrow did in his first year, did he? I don't know. Green, you couldn't,
right.
He was, but I don't know. I think they got some new guys. I don't follow it that close, but I don't know, Steve. The thing that's freaky about that accident is the other guy is the one that wrecked, and it's like charging a wall. If he ran into your building and
right,
they want your homeowner's insurance to pay for it. That's what's just, and I don't know.
As far as
I think your news
over all the years of all the following trucking news, that's got to be one of the most bizarre cases I've ever touched on or followed.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I can't believe it's gone this far. And I would say eventually to go up to the Supreme Court. They're only in the Texas Appeals Court still.
Texas Supreme Court now.
Civil.
Texas Supreme.
Yeah. I guess the Supreme Court will. Do they even deal with civil stuff? That's basically what this is. I mean, there's a lot of freaky judgments against people, though. It doesn't seem constitutional. There ought to be something regulating that. So they got tort reform in some states, but man, it's just like the weed killer. That's the latest one, I think. The asbestos one went on for years and billions of dollars to just one victim when there's a million victims out there, supposedly. It's not realistic. You know, that woman that sued Trump. If I was him, you know, he sued Stormy Daniels for violating that agreement, and he got like a $20 million judgment. I would say, well, why don't you just collect from Stormy Daniels? Here you go. There's a $20 million judgment. Just collect this. That's a good example of it. You can't say you're innocent after you've been convicted. I don't know. That somehow slandered her. That's another ridiculous judgment.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. I think wasn't that like a $300,000 settlement that she was supposed to pay Trump? I don't know if has she even paid that up. I don't think she had it. Even OOIDA kind of chimed in on this whole Werner case this past day, and that they use these words. It's bizarre. Werner's challenge to the verdict of more than $100 million being closely watched by the entire industry in the Lone Star estate. Although the verdict is eye-popping, the real head-scratcher is how a jury was able to hold the carrier and its driver responsible for a crash involving a passenger vehicle sliding across the median, striking a truck on the other side of the highway. It is mind-boggling. Either way, how the Texas Supreme Court decides the case, they say, will likely substantially impact crash lawsuits against trucking companies in the state, affirming the lower court's decision could potentially increase these nuclear verdicts in the state and leave trucking companies vulnerable to lawsuits for crashes that they didn't even cause. Despite the fact that the case showing the Werner driver did nothing to cause the crash, the jury in Texas put the carrier on the hook for millions of dollars. And again, ultimately, 84% liable, 70% for Werner, 14% for the driver. Now, they did say some of the other stakeholders are weighing in. Half a dozen amicus briefs have been filed in this case, nearly all from trucking and legal groups. As of this past day, September 5, the following groups have filed briefs in this case, all of them supporting Werner's bid for the Texas Supreme Court to adopt what they call the admission rule, which I'll try to explain that to you here maybe in a bit. But those briefs filed by the American Trucking Association, the Texas Association of Defense Counsel, the Texas Civil Justice League, Texans for Lawsuit Reform, the Texas Trucking Association, the Trucking Industry Defense Association, and the Chamber of Commerce, the S Chamber of Commerce. In their joint brief, the Texas Trucking Association and the Trucking Industry Defense Council point out how the plaintiff's attorney admitted to focusing on what should have been irrelevant factors. In the words of the lead trial attorney for plaintiffs, our case was about everything but the 3-second crash sequence, because appropriate boundaries were not in place via the admission rule. Plaintiffs' counsel was allowed to argue everything from how Werner should have built a weather command center to how Werner should have given Ali a company email address. It is a bizarre one. Hey, it's not often we get a take two from Double R, but here he is.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. Hey, real quick, have you heard anything on the? This is going to go back to the days. They had I'm sure you're probably already talked about it, but that whistleblower that came forward on SEAL Team 6. Did you hear anything on that?
No, I'm not ringing a bell. No. Trying to remember I think he lost his cell. He did. His phone's just not loving him this morning. Maybe I'll do a quick. He's trying to dial us back up. I see right there. All right. Cell hell once again. No, I have not really seen anything in regards to that, Double R.
Oh, okay. Well, they're saying that Hillary, Obama, and Biden had something to do with all this, but it's they set the SEAL team up, and then they turn around and paid money to the I guess the prime minister or whatever of that country that they were in.
Okay.
To keep it hush, hush. And this whistleblower's got all kinds of crap on all three of them. He's supposed to be bringing it over here to the United States and giving it to the House or the Congress.
Yeah.
I was listening to something on that the other day, and I thought, oh, that's all we need right now, you know. And but that Warner, Steve, whereabouts in I remember you talking about it years ago and through the years and all this, but whereabouts was this? I know it was down in Texas. Was it down in southern Texas or? I know it was on 20, correct?
Yeah, it was on Interstate 20, and I'm not sure exactly where in Texas it was. Eastbound Interstate 20.
Well, a lot, you know, and I know a lot of your big companies like Warner, Snyder, J.B. Hunt, and all them. They have students. They hire these students out of the schools, and then they'll put a trainer that's got less than 6 months of training himself to be a teacher.
Right.
And you know, I mean, there's a lot to look at on this case, and it is kind of a weird case, but Warner's been in trouble before over logs, if you remember. They had to switch over back years ago over to the electronic logs before electronic logs even come out. And they had to do that because DOT was all over them, you know, because they're log books and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because back in the days, they used to have pretty hot trucks, believe it or not, you know, back in the cab over days.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I was just kind of curious, you know, and a lot of these students, you know, student training a student, they teach them to drive in the middle lane. You know, don't get in the right lane. You know, I don't know why they do that, but that's how they teach them. You know, and I don't know. It is a kind of a bizarre case. I mean, have they looked at all these different scenarios, or? I mean, I'm sure they have. 10 years.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Wow. Okie doke. All right, Steve. I just wanted to really basically ask you about that SEAL Team 6. If you heard anything on that.
At this point, I have not. I'll see. I'll ask Pappy about it. He may know something more than I, because he gets to catch what's going on with like Bongino and some of those other programs. But yeah, from OOIDA, they said at the center of this case is something called the admission rule, is whether the court should adopt the admission rule, which would determine the fate of nuclear verdicts like Warner's. In its petition, Werner argued that since it accepted responsibility by admitting Ali was in the course and scope of employment, that plaintiffs cannot pursue derivative theories of negligence, that is the admission rule. Once an employer establishes liability, evidence of the employer's hiring, training, or supervision practices becomes inadmissible or irrelevant and likely to prejudice the jury. In this case, the appellate and district courts rejected the admission rule by allowing a variety of evidence dealing with Werner's company-wide policies and training. Now, this in turn allowed the plaintiff attorneys to use a tactic known as reptile theory, evoking emotions of fear and anger in jurors to encourage these sort of nuclear verdicts. As one law lawyer put it, this company was so terrible you should punish them regardless of whether any of our evidence showed the company or its driver's actions actually caused the subject crash. The admission rule has been adopted in several states, but in Texas, courts are kind of split on the rule. Some adopting it, others, like the 14th Court of Appeals, rejecting it. So, you get the right lawyer on a case, and they can convince you that even though they admitted that the driver hit the brakes within a matter of seconds, he shouldn't have been there. Bad company. What do you say, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, TGIF. Steve, I had a case one time where a dude was driving under suspension and was involved in a crash. That was not his fault at all. Did absolutely nothing wrong. But they were trying to maintain that he shouldn't have been on the roadway to begin with. And you know how these insurance companies divvy up things by percentage sometimes. Well, this driver, he's 10% at fault, and okay, our driver's 90% at fault, right? They found him a percentage of fault because he shouldn't even have been on the road. He had no driver's license. So I don't know. You know, like the last caller just said, were they looking at his log books? Was he supposed to be parked and not driving? They trying to pull something like that?
No, everything was on the up and up. I mean, the troopers, I'm looking here, that says the trooper, Villarreal, a 17-year veteran who investigated the accident, concluded, quote, "This is truly an accident, that Ali, the truck driver, did not do anything wrong, and there was nothing Ali could have done to avoid the collision." A higher-ranking trooper who approved that report concurred with that decision.
Steve, there's no doubt about it. We're living in bizarro world.
Upside-down world.
Man. Crazy. Well, I see you heard they arrested Daddy tonight. The father of the shooter at that school.
So Daddy has the FBI come out to his place, talks about your son may be making threats. Son said he didn't do it, so Daddy believes him. 7 months later, gives him an AR for Christmas.
He can give his son an AR for Christmas, Steve. But here's my point, like you just said. You got the FBI knocking on your door saying, hey, getting reports of your son threatening to shoot up a school. Listen, it's not funny. I don't know why I'm giggling, but and he turns around and buys him a rifle and lets him have access to it. That's my point here. Is letting him have access to it. They probably, when they were interrogating that kid back at the police station, how'd you get the gun? I keep it in the corner of my room. Daddy got it for me. Okay. You take away if you take away them ever being visited by the FBI, right? I mean, nowadays, Steve, I'll tell you something, man. When I was 14 years old, this ain't no lie, my dad worked 2 full-time jobs. He worked a night shift job, and he was a 9 News photographer, a local 9 News photographer here in Cincinnati for Al Shadkati during the day. I don't know how the man did it, but he worked 2 full-time jobs for like 18 years. I slept with a 20-gauge shotgun underneath my bed.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I mean, times are different, I guess, but yeah, man, I had that 20-gauge little pump, Ithaca, right in the corner of my bedroom. Sometimes we threw it underneath the bed if we had people over. I wouldn't have it sitting out in the corner. I don't know, though, Steve. You know, shame on him, man. That's all I can say. Sorry about his luck, man. He's got what's coming to him.
Now, I don't know.
You know me, man.
I don't know if you were with this earlier, because when Dan called, did you catch his conversation kind of question? He says, okay, so if the FBI or law enforcement out there questioned the boy and talked to the dad and then ruled that they couldn't prove that there was anything to justify or bring any sort of charges, that they pretty much told Dad his son wasn't the one that did it.
Well, no, not necessarily. I said sometimes, you might, we don't know. We don't know. But what I said last night is if the FBI is knocking on your door, it's something pretty serious, because usually if it's some sort of threats, maybe not specific, they might have the locals, go knock on this kid's door. I just don't know what was said, but I guess, are we looking at circumstantial evidence, he said, she said, or do they have evidence?
Well, they said it was the post was made on a social media site that's popular with like gamers, video gamers, and the post was traced back to a phone associated with the boy. And the photo, the threat had photographs supposedly of guns in it, and I'm not sure what exactly the wording was, but some sort of a threat to shoot up a school the next day when that was posted.
Right.
So that's what led the FBI to actually head out to the house. Now, when they get there, the boy said he said, I never posted that. I didn't do that. I would never do something like that, is the way he put it. So now, even when you can trace it back to a phone, Dan also suggested, I mean, you've got IP addresses. Could they not definitively do a little more research and say, hey, this message came from this phone. This is your phone. I don't know. We pause there.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Super typhoon Yago is heading towards China's southern coast and the island of Hainan after lashing Hong Kong with heavy rain and strong winds. Packing winds of 240 kilometers per hour, the storm is currently the equivalent of a Category 4 hurricane. Laura Westbrook reports.
Heavy rain continues to lash Hong Kong on Friday. Schools are shut, the stock market closed, with the storm seeing some 20% of flights cancelled. On the island of Hainan, all flights in and out of the main airport were cancelled. Authorities ordered businesses, public transport and schools to close as people there brace for impact. Guangdong province issued the highest level emergency warning. Scientists say that hotter oceans mean storms are intensifying quicker. Yagi gathered strength over the warm waters of the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Hunter Biden, son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realize there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its food crisis reporting. The organization on Thursday released its mid-year update on food crisis around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Jody Jacobs, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Pick it up there where we left off. I don't know, Pappy, we also learned a bit more about the mom and just putting the pieces together. The kid was growing up in a very troubled home, to say the least. She had a rap sheet going back a number of years. I guess the mom and dad had actually finally split here somewhere shortly before Christmas last year, and Daddy said he was the son was going through a tough time. She had like a restraining order. She wasn't allowed to be in contact with the dad for any reason unless it dealt with their divorce or dealing with their children through a third party. And she had been accused of domestic violence, drug abuse. So she's a troubled home, right? The kid had no supervision from mom for sure.
Yeah. Steve, you brought up the fact she had a restraining order against her, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we start talking about text messages and this kind of thing. Man, I'm telling you, Steve, the courts have gone liberal, man. We had a case where this gentleman had a protection order filed against him, and a judge granted it. So if he made any contact with this victim, it's a violation of the protection order. It's like a domestic charge. There's no sight in the court. You get handcuffs put on and you get taken to jail. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Mandatory arrest.
Okay.
So if he calls that person, if he shows up at that person's house, shows up at that person's work, you're in Kroger's and he walks past that person and says something to them, any contact with the victim's a violation. Email, text, anything like that. So this dude texted this girl, said she was going to get hers. So we charged him. When it went to court, his defense was, well, I didn't send that text. And depending on what judge you get, Steve, this dude, he was living with 4 other guys that he went to school with up at UC. So he was like, I didn't send the text. And they dismissed it because they could not prove that text came from his cell phone. That he, we had another one similar in nature, what I just said, but got a conviction, Steve, because the judge, right, who's not playing those shenanigans, was like, how many people think of this? Your cell phone. Most people got it on them 24/7, Steve. They don't leave that thing laying around.
Right.
If somebody gets on their phone, they're going to know it. The second thing is there's always passwords or facial ID. When you pick that phone up, right, if you're not the owner of that phone, you got to put a passcode in or something to be able to access the phone.
Sure.
So, I guess it just depends on the courts, on what judge you get. But I'm telling you right now, man, you got the FBI knocking on my door saying, hey, we got photos suggesting pictures of guns. Steve, I can tell you one we had to deal with a photo with guns saying, hey, tomorrow's the day. That came from my son's phone. And he's saying, well, wasn't me. Okay, boy, then who did it? Who had access to your phone? You know who did it. Who did it? No, I don't know, Dad. I don't know. I'm telling you, man. There'd be no firearms access. Steve, I don't take that all away. There's no firearms access to any kids in my house. I told you, when I wake up, that gun comes out of that holster and it goes on me. Every other firearm I got is locked up. Ain't nobody getting their paws on it unless they break into a safe. And we're talking about gun safes, not some cheap little snap-on safe you can pick it with your foot and get into. We had a case where these students called and said, hey, little Joey posted a photo of a gun and said, tomorrow's the day. That was it. Right? Nothing else. Nothing specific. And we're like, well, this ain't good. What does this mean? Tomorrow's the day he's going to commit suicide? Tomorrow's the day he's going to show up at the school and shoot the school up?
Right.
The problem was, nobody knew where little Joey lived. Apparently, little Joey didn't have the same last name as the house he was living in. We couldn't go to his house. We couldn't find him. So before I got off duty, I made sure to talk to the day shift supervision and let them know what was going on. And I said, I want like 4 cruisers down at the school in the morning. When that door opens, when that principal opens that door, right, we're going to fill them in on what happened. And when little Joey shows up tomorrow, we're going to snatch his little butt up at the front door. That's exactly what we did.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't, Steve, we don't mess around. I wanted to say it was just about 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was off. When I came back, I heard about it. There was 4 or 5 kids arrested. Saying doing stupid stuff, right? It's just common sense here, man. You know, just some common sense here. What gets me though, I was actually watching Jesse Waters. 8 o'clock when he came on is when they came out and did the press conference, and they said when they listed the charges, they said conspiracy to commit. I'm like, that kind of caught my ear a little bit. Well, what do they mean by that exactly? Conspiracy to commit. Did Dad know something about this? You would think not.
Mm-hmm. And they're being really cautious about what they do and don't say because the investigation is active right now. Is the way the sheriff made it sound last evening. You know, just
yeah.
Well,
you know, I'm wondering, you know, what the boy told officials too. You know, who knows? I mean, we'll find out, but hopefully we'll maybe get to the bottom of why he acted the way he did. Steve, I sent you that text, and somebody, I think it was Scarecrow, brought it up last night. And we've talked about this before on your show. These medications these kids are on. They waste no time. As soon as little Junior acts up a little bit, send him to a doc. Oh, he's got ADHD. We got to stick him on medication. They're putting these kids on all these antidepressant medications, altering their brain chemistry. Every antidepressant medication you see as an advertisement, what it's the final line. What do they always say? May cause your depression to worsen. May cause more threats of suicide.
Suicidal thoughts.
More thoughts of suicide.
Yep.
You know, may increase. What? I thought that's what we're supposed to be trying to. I don't know, Steve. Putting them there, it's a fact that the amount of children that are on medication in this country is off the chart. Off the chart. And I don't know if that's Big Pharma just trying to get rich. These kids really need to be on these these mind-altering medications that can screw. I mean, we're talking, 10-year-olds, even 8-year-olds. Just because they're a little hyper, let's put them on Ritalin, man. I got wound up, man. My mom told me to go out and run around the block a couple times. I mean, Steve, think about it. When we were kids, was there kids running around on meds all the time?
Not many. No. Few and far between.
Yeah, I mean, you had to really be kind of off your rocker if you had to put on medication. Now it's every day. Steve, I see it every day at work. Every time we go to these runs with these troubled kids, well, he's not taking his meds like he's supposed to. He got off his meds. Well, Mom, you're the parent. This kid's 12. What do you mean he's off his meds? Why aren't you making sure he is taking them if he's supposed to be taking them? One more thing, I'm going to get off here. Steve, they're at it again. the Russians are going to interfere with the election.
Yes.
If Trump wins, and you mark my words, there will be no peaceful transfer of power, that they will claim the Russians interfered in the election to help Trump, and we're not handing the keys over to Trump. It's not going to happen. All hell's going to break loose.
And can anyone with a lick of common sense, can anyone explain to me why Vladimir Putin would be trying to help Donald Trump get elected?
Steve, it's a no-brainer for us rational people.
But that's what they're saying. That's what they're trying to make the accusation, that Russia's trying to interfere to get Trump elected.
Yeah, I mean, for rational people, you're like, okay. He came out and endorsed Kamala Harris today. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I did. Yeah, he likes her laugh. That's okay.
Listen, like Bongino said, man, Putin's Putin. If he can stir the pot up, right, in this country and get us all fighting with each other, he would love nothing more. Bongino actually said he didn't think Putin really cared who wins. I kind of beg to differ, Steve, a little bit here, man. I think he'd much rather sit down and deal with Kamala Harris than he would with Trump. And Trump's got a good comeback. He didn't go into Ukraine when he was president.
All right. Well, unless Putin feels like he could use Trump as a scapegoat to end the war, because Trump says he'll end that war with Ukraine just like that. You don't know what are they thinking. Roki, thank you. He did a quick search. People on meds. Overall, 18% of children from newborn to 11. 27% of adolescents, 12 to 19-year-olds. 46.7% of adults ages 20 to 59. And 85% of adults ages 60 and over used prescription drugs in the past 30 days. Prescription drug use was lower among males at 41.5% than females at 50%, although that pattern differed by age. Now, obviously, when you get into the category of, the older you get, I'm taking prescription medications. Yes, I'm taking blood pressure meds. You're talking, you might want to start thinking about cholesterol reduction meds. Those, that's all understandable for the older age groups. But what kind of meds are children from 1 to 11 taking? 18%. 27% of adolescents, 12 to 19 years old. In most of those cases, they're probably taking some sort of a medication to help with their mental stability or emotional issues and things along that line. In most cases. Yes, anyone at any age can have some sort of a physical ailment that needs medication. But interesting how the numbers pan out. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store. Start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, rolling into Friday. Yes, sir, Knucklebuster.
Oh, the judges always tell you, Mr. Steve Summers, that ignorance of the law is no excuse, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Well, what does that black and white sign out there tell us? It says the speed limit, and then they'll have another one that says the minimum speed limit. Well, most states are about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Right. If you can't do the minimum speed limit on the highway, you're required by law to get off. Go park. Them 10-mile-an-hour crashes, they'll penalize you big time for it. Pennsylvania just shuts the road down. I know out west, they got gates out west where you can't even get on the interstate. And they've got signs out there in New Mexico that says road closed, flashing lights.
Yep.
Exit, next exit, So, if I can't do the minimum speed limit, I go find me someplace to go to bed. That's exactly what I do. I'm not going to be charged for a crash for doing something real stupid anyway, right? I don't know. Werner's got their... They probably spent $90 million, Steve, just trying to fight that thing with all them lawyers.
You gotta wonder, yeah, but 10 years now in the courts. I mean, the lawyer fees have got to be up there.
Oh, yeah, you know it. Them lawyers don't work for free. I guarantee you, Werner, they ain't doing it pro bono, right? So, well, I know in Mississippi, if it's inclement weather, you're required by law to get to the minimum speed limit. If you can't get to the minimum speed limit, get off of the road. And that's even included in, what they call it the last time down there in Louisiana, super fog. I call it smog because it's smoke and fog together. So, but I'm old school anyway there, right? Well, I don't know. We'll see what Big Ed's predictions come true there. I'm gonna take Arkansas over Oklahoma State. That's where I differed with him on that. But I haven't really had time to sit down and see who's all playing there. So, but I will take Arkansas over Oklahoma State. So
okay.
We'll see what happens there. And what that movie name it? What's the name of that movie? Any Given Sunday. I caught a lot of flack for that one time, didn't I? Yeah, sure did. But we was only talking about the movie. All right, Mr. Steve Summers, enjoying the show, brother. Have a great weekend. Today is Friday, right?
Yes, it is indeed. You are correct. So, yeah.
All right. And guess what? My back haul is going to be a whole truckload of Skullbusters, Steve. So, but you'll have to go down there to Nashville to get some of them. So, all right. Have a great weekend, brother.
Okay. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Safe travels. All right, it's 844-844-3388, Friday morning. There was yet another little update blurb in regards to the... here we are a year later and still dealing with the... I'll call it the yellow debacle. Latest from the Delaware Bankruptcy Court ruling that Teamsters Union General President Sean O'Brien can indeed be deposed regarding the events leading up to Yellow's shutdown a year ago. Counsel for Yellow successfully argued that O'Brien has firsthand knowledge and that his testimony could be vital in deciding if the company should be on the hook for up to $244 million in WARN Act claims. Various classes of employees have alleged the defunct LTL carrier did not provide them the 60-day notification ahead of mass layoffs. Of course, we all know that. Yellow has asserted in the past that the notice was neither feasible nor required, saying unforeseeable business circumstances led to the abrupt demise, preempting the need for notifications. Yellow has claimed a faltering company exemption from the WARN notices, saying that such notification would have scared off customers and potential lenders, said they were working with the private equity fund to arrange additional financing in the weeks leading up to the closure. They also blamed the Teamsters for denying a second phase of the restructuring, the One Yellow plan, which they claim would have delivered significant cost savings via terminal closures and changes to work rules. So we know all that. Yeah, the judge denied a protective order on Wednesday that would have kept O'Brien from having to answer questions regarding correspondence that he had with Yellow's CEO, Darren Hawkins. Yellow has said letters and conversations between the two show that Yellow had a reasonable basis to believe they had a chance to get a deal done with the Teamsters negotiating arm, proving the company is not liable for the WARN Act claims. The judge says, I am satisfied that here Mr. O'Brien had sufficient direct personal involvement in the precipitating events that it's reasonable to give the debtors the opportunity to take his deposition. We'll let you know when that occurs.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. The organization has released its mid-year update on food crises around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean that he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. US correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realise there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request.
A group of researchers led by the University of Texas, Austin, say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. It could be a major breakthrough in fighting the disease, which has claimed more than 7 million lives globally. From Austin, Tony Waterman has more.
The researchers say they discovered and isolated a neutralizing antibody called SC27 from the blood of a single patient. That antibody attaches to the virus and prevents it from infecting cells in the body. The team was then able to use existing technology to obtain the exact molecular sequence of the antibody, opening the possibility of mass manufacturing for future treatments.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. Without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The UN says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its reporting. Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. And researchers at the University of Texas say they've discovered an antibody that can neutralize all known variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, to get our final hour underway. Here we go on a Friday. Well, hello to Rick in Columbus. I think he's going to go chill. And there you go. From the National Health Institute, Roki pulled it up. I was talking about older people taking medications. Obviously, the older you get, the more likelihood you're going to have to take some blood pressure, cholesterol, whatever it's going to be, diabetes and all that. But for the youngers, he looked it up. Top 3 meds for ages 12 to 19 years old. Number 1, ADHD medications. Number 2, mental health medications. And number 3, hormonal therapy. Bingo! And what was the percentage? 12 to 19-year-olds, 27% are taking some sort of medications, and those are the top 3. So we're talking more than 1 in 4 of our kids out there, youngsters. Yeah, I saw your post earlier about... I remember the photograph. I think we kind of laughed about that a few months ago. You had the guy on the naval destroyer, the commander out there for a photo opportunity. Looks like he's firing the weapon, and he's got the scope is mounted backwards. Remember that photograph? The same commander has been relieved of duty. According to the San Diego Union Tribune, Cameron Yates, commanding officer of the destroyer, the USS John McCain, was removed last Friday. Relieved of duty, quote, due to a loss of confidence in his ability to command the guided missile destroyer that is currently deployed in the Gulf of Oman. That photo back in April, posted on the Navy's social media, showing him in a firing stance, gripping the rifle with the backward scope, that brought the Navy a lot of ridicule. On social media, the military news outlet Stars and Stripes reported that the Marine Corps took a dig at the Navy, sharing a photo on their social media of a Marine firing a weapon aboard the amphibious assault ship, the USS Boxer, with the caption reading, "Clear sight picture." The post featuring Yates ultimately deleted, saying, "Thank you for pointing out our rifle scope error in the previous post. Picture has been removed until EMI, extra military instruction, is completed." Either way, he has now been temporarily replaced by Captain Allison Christie, Deputy Commander of the Destroyer Squadron 21, part of the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, which is also in the Gulf of Oman. Of course, they're keeping them, the carriers. They sent them to the Middle East to be in a position, should Israel need help, repelling an attack by Iran or other countries if things kind of go sideways. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Brother Rambler. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide, and glad to be on the air with you all tonight. Praise God. You know, Steve, all that Adderall that ain't nothing but government meth. And, man, I tell you what, and very, very popular amongst high school and especially college students. Person can get out there, if you wanted to sling dope and you want to get out there and sell it, boy, you make a killing. But I would advise against that because you get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. So don't be doing that. But, yeah, and, you know, there's a lot of things you can do to avoid from putting your kid on Adderall. Red 40, cut that out of their diet. Any kind of artificial colors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with California on a lot of things, but one thing I can agree that I'm happy they did do is they banned certain artificial colors from being put in their food. You know, like I'm not a Fruit Loops or a Fruity Pebbles fan, but when I was a kid, I used to love to eat that kind of cereal. Now that I'm a diabetic and I'm on cholesterol meds, I'm on blood pressure meds, I'm a type 2 diabetic, I just can't eat cereal. You know, you're talking about all these medications folks is on. Well, I'm in that group now where I'm on them. So, yeah, cut the artificial colors out of the diet. And monitor what your kids put into their body, and that has a lot of effects on children hyperactivity. But get them involved in sports. You know, my oldest son, when I married my wife, you know, she had two children from a previous marriage, and you know, so I don't never call them stepchildren. They are my children. When I married her, they became my children as well. And if men are listening to me right now, and if you're newly married or you're in a marriage where you're ostracizing your stepchildren, shame on you. When you married that woman, those became your responsibility also. And even if the father does pay child support, you still married that woman, those became your children also. So quit treating them differently. Treat them like they're yours. Now, off that soapbox I go. I didn't like the fact that Devin had to be put on Adderall medication. We started doing the research even before internet really even come out, and found out that if we got him more involved in athletics, get him outside, get him playing, get him doing stuff, get him active, cut some of the stuff out of his diet, didn't need to put him on it. And it was the absolute truth. So try that for a change.
Mm-hmm.
Knuckle Buster, I'm in the same boat with you. I never will forget, I started back in the summer of 1998, June 24th. You know, I consider that day one in trucking. That's when I climbed on the truck with my trainer. June 24th, 1998. And it was in the dead of the winter of 99. I remember pulling into Salt Lake City terminal, looking around and all the snow on the mountains. I was in Salt Lake City, Utah. And I was like, wow, this is beautiful. And yeah, it was cold. And I made my usual stop at the Little America truck stop. They're off of I-80. I always love going there. So I get over there, and it had been cold, but no inclement weather. And God is sure, if you're a young trucker, we didn't have no GPS back then. You know, that stuff that military had. Civilians didn't have that. Nor did we have anything you can go watch the weather. If you wanted to watch the weather, you had to go buy a Parking View kit and go in there, buy you a Parking View card, activate it, and then you take the cables, the phone cable and the cable out there to a little old yellow hump. I always had to wear gloves because, you know, parking lots smell like urine. I can only imagine, you know, some truck driver went in there and pee-peed on it, so I didn't ever want to touch it with my bare hands. So you'd hook it up, and that's how you watch weather. Or you'd go in there with the other drivers, and they had the TVs turned on. You go watch the Weather Channel, and then you'd wait for the area maps to show up, show you where the precipitation is. You know, so that's how you watch the weather back then.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw that there was a little bit of weather coming in, the I-90 Gorge in that area like that. And I was taking I-84, was going to run Cabbage Pass. So I sat there and beautiful day in Salt Lake City. And I saw a diagram, Steve, of tire chains put on dual axles. I sat there. Now, mind you, also, there wasn't no camera phones. All right, you want to take a picture, you got one of the little pictures, the cameras you get from the Walmart or CVS or somewhere like that, and you fill it up, you go pay for the 1 hour development. So let's get that in mind also. Hey, yeah, and back then we read maps too, Steve.
Right.
So giving away my age. well, we did. What, no GPS. We had to learn how to read a map, Anyways, so I sat there and I stared at it and I made a mental picture. And sure enough, when I got to Ladd Canyon, chain advisory was out. And I ain't never threw chains a day in my life. I'm from Mobile, Alabama. When it snows in Mobile, hell is frozen over, and there ain't no equipment to remove any kind of snow or ice. We just got to let it thaw out. So you can try and take the Dolly Parton Bridge or I-10, I-65. You're just stuck. You might as well just pull over. So I get on out there. I'm in Ladd Canyon. I pull over at the rest area, and thank God I had a pair of coveralls, because the first thing I learned is while slinging chains, you're going to get filthy and dirty. So that was my first lesson. Second lesson is I listened to an old truck driver that told me to go buy some black bungee straps. Thank God I was smart enough to listen to an old timer. So I did that. He told me if you ever had to throw chains, tie them in a knot, the hilt helps get them tight. So with little knowledge and just a mental picture, I threw chains for the first time, went through that, and I tell you, I know I told this story a long time before, how bad it was. I remember it was so bad with ice. Steve, I kid you not. I opened up the door to get out just to make sure the chains were still tight, Steve, and the Lord hears what I'm saying with my right hand up right now. I opened up the door, stepped on I-84, and I literally fell and slid across I-84, all the way across the other side. It was that slippery, and the ice was that bad.
Wow.
And thank God there wasn't any traffic, no cars coming. But I managed to get my footing and monkey crawled back to my truck and checked the change. And I kept on going like a moron. I kept on going because drivers on the CB, and yes, if you're a younger driver, we turned the CB on. That's how we communicated. West Coast was channel 17. All over the place was channel 19. So anyways, they saying, hey, you can take the chains off the top of cabbage. It's wet going down cabbage. So that's what we did. That was my first time driving in inclement weather, my first time throwing chains. I've thrown chains a couple more times on Donner and on Ashland. Once you do it once or twice, you get to know what you're doing and how to do it. It isn't really that hard. I know Heat Wave used to throw chains a lot when he drove for Yella, and he got used to it, and it wasn't that hard. But I'm like Knuckle Buster. Nowadays, nah, man, I'm just going to pull over. Or I'm going to have O'Reilly's go put me in the hotel because I ain't going to get out there and drive in it. Mm-hmm. And I agree with him 100%. There is a minimum speed limit. And if that vehicle was driving under the minimum speed limit, he shouldn't have been out there. And I ain't talking about the truck driver, Mr. Ali. I'm talking about the four-wheeler. You know, and Steve, it never fails. The four-wheelers always want to get out. It seems like when the worse the weather gets, the more someone wants to get out and drive in it. So, that being said, we have got wrestling coming up. We had Bash at the Berlin this past weekend and saw a good match between CM Punk and Drew McIntyre, a good old-fashioned strap match. And, of course, we got to see Randy Orton versus Darren General Gunther in a classic match, which was pretty good. Odyssey Jones has been let go of his WWE contract because he got accused of domestic violence. So he was up and coming. They were fixing to give him a real big push. Good-sized guy, going to get a babyface push, but he is no longer with the company. And also, Monday Night Raw will be in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And it's reported that my favorite wrestler of all time and one of the greatest wrestlers, Bret the Hitman Hart, will be a part of that show. So I will definitely be watching that. I have to disagree with Ed as far as Oklahoma goes. Arkansas has got a good team. Arkansas, Steve, Google their quarterback. Their quarterback is between 268 and 300 pounds. And, Steve, that quarterback from Arkansas is built like a brick outhouse. He is big, and even Nick Saban said it took two of our players to bring him down. They had to put two of them on him to tackle him. He is good. He is big. They got that offensive coordinator, the one that got into a lot of trouble, and they brought him back. They got a good system. Arkansas is one of my teams on the top 5 teams I'm watching, along with Texas, Georgia, and Alabama, and a couple others. I know time's getting away from us, and I've just spent a little time on sports. But, you know, if you're looking for a place to worship this weekend, I want to encourage you to come and join us over at Determined Ministries Church. Steve, we are a church for anybody. We don't never turn anybody away. All you have to do is go to Facebook, type up Determined Ministries Church. All you got to do is type up Determined, and our Facebook page will pop up. We go live 5 o'clock every Sunday evening. And we'll be singing some of your old-time gospel songs you probably grew up with, like the Old Rugged Cross and Victory in Jesus and Power in the Blood. We sing that old kind of music, and going to hear some good old Holy Ghost anointed preaching as only the Lord can bring the message. And I want to encourage you to come on and just be with us. We'd love to have you. We always go through a prayer list, and there's a lot of names on that prayer list. And we go through a lot of people, and we always pray for you. And I sit up here every night, Steve, praying for people. And, you know, I want to give you a little bit of advice out there, God's children. If you get it in your brain that even though you ain't talked to someone in a long time, and it gets put on your heart or in your mind, you get to thinking about them, pick up the phone and text. That's the Holy Spirit telling you that, hey, check on that person. Even though if that person may hate your guts, just take you a deep breath and say, Lord, if I get cussed out, let them know that I love them. Let them know that you love them. So always check on someone. If you just get it in your heart, you get it in your mind, hey, I'm just kind of concerned about this person, I want to check up on them, text them. That's all it takes, just a simple text message. Swallow your pride, text someone, let them know you love them, let them know you're on their heart. Praise God for that. And Steve, before I get off here, let us not forget about the world's greatest website, overnightdriveradio.com. You may not like calling into the show. You may be shy and nervous. God may have put it on your heart to tithe you a little bit of money that you got, but you don't want to give it to a church. And if you want to just tithe that little bit of money and support the show, then tithe that little bit of money over to overnightdriveradio.com. Be a show supporter, as I call it. Go get you one of them 30-ounce travel mugs. Go get you one of them $14.95 T-shirts that our fashion model, Mr. Ashton Mario Kart Noel, likes to wear for us. And also those 50-cent stickers, and all of your Hot Shot Secrets come in bundle packages. If you're a fleet owner, even if you're not a fleet owner and you want to do something good, they got packages ranging from $100 to $300. So go to the overnightdriveradio.com, tithe you a little bit of money. Praise God. Come on and join us this Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. at Determined Ministries Church. We'd love to have you, and I'll leave you with this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old brother Rambler can love you, and I do. I'm praying that the Braves will make a wild card this year. And don't forget about hockey season. Preseason hockey starts up in 2 weeks. We love you, God. Oh, yeah, praise God for that. All right, God's children, we love you, man.
Have a great weekend there, brother Rambler. Yeah, so we got two. Arkansas's over Oklahoma State versus Big Ed's Oklahoma State. I'll make it interesting come Monday morning, right? Hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. It's the best day of the week. You know, looking forward to a couple of relaxing days around the house. Time to head in and see what the day has in store for us. Everybody enjoy your Friday, enjoy your weekend. All right, that's interesting thoughts when they're talking about, Pappy brought up the whole election interference thing. Yeah, just ponder for a moment. So the problem for the Democrats now is they said the elections are safe and secure. If you question elections, you are an election denier subject to arrest. Just ask the 1,500 arrested on January 6th, Mike Lindell, how they went after him, attempting to destroy his company. Yeah, they're going to do things on a scale we've never seen. So as long as they win, there will be no election interference. Anyone questioning the election will be shamed, forced to wear the scarlet letter. Meanwhile, if Trump wins, it's Russian interference. Russian. Then they're already planting that seed. Yes, that is 100% correct. If you hadn't caught the headlines earlier this week, Biden administration accusing Russia of election interference. Go figure. Okay, we'll get a news break here. What do I got? A couple lines available. Looks like Eagle will be chiming in. We'll hear from Scarecrow. And it's 844-844-3388. In the final moments before the break here, looks like the Texas Supreme Court has the final word. They have denied Swift Transportation's request to overturn two lower court rulings, finding that motor carriers are not exempt from the state's franchise tax. So they are on the hook for $1 million. Last Friday, the Texas Supreme Court denying Swift Transportation's petition for review of a 13th Court of Appeals decision against the company, arguing that it and other motor carriers should not have to pay Texas franchise tax. Yeah, they were actually seeking a refund of nearly $1 million in paid franchise taxes. So I guess that's about the end of the line, right? You've had two lower courts. Supreme Court says, nope, you got to pay. We'll return after this, Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Super Typhoon Yago is heading towards China's southern coast and the island of Hainan after lashing Hong Kong with heavy rain and strong winds. Packing winds of 240 kilometers per hour, the storm is currently the equivalent of a Category 4 hurricane. Laura Westbrook reports.
Heavy rain continues to lash Hong Kong on Friday. Schools are shut, the stock market closed, with the storm seeing some 20% of flights cancelled. On the island of Hainan, all flights in and out of the main airport were cancelled. Authorities ordered businesses, public transport and schools to close as people there brace for impact. Guangdong province issued the highest level emergency warning. Scientists say that hotter oceans mean storms are intensifying quicker. Yagi gathered strength over the warm waters of the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Hunter Biden, son of U.S. President Joe Biden, has offered to plead responsibility in his tax evasion case to avoid a potentially embarrassing trial. The plea would mean he maintains his innocence but accepts punishment for avoiding more than $1 million of taxes. U.S. correspondent Nick Harper reports.
Hunter Biden surprised the Los Angeles court on Thursday by submitting a plea whereby he would accept a sentence from the judge but be able to maintain that he is innocent of the charges. The so-called Alford plea means Biden's team realize there's enough evidence against him which would result in a conviction, but it allows him to avoid standing trial. Biden is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in federal taxes, evading them by filing fraudulent tax returns. He's since paid around $2 million in back taxes. The judge is now weighing up whether to grant Biden's plea request. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The Food and Agriculture Organization says the Gaza Strip is experiencing the most severe food crisis in the history of its food crisis reporting. The organization on Thursday released its mid-year update on food crisis around the world. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sudan and Gaza are the two areas the Food and Agriculture Organization seems most worried about. In its latest mid-year update, it reports that all 2.2 million residents in the Gaza Strip are in urgent need of food and what it terms livelihood assistance. Half the population there, it says, is at risk of famine. In Sudan, the FAO is most concerned about Al-Fasher in North Darfur. It's predicted that close to 26 million people are estimated to face high levels of acute food insecurity, a 26% increase from 2023. There was some good news, though. Improvements in food security were reported in 16 countries due to better harvests and stabilizing economies. These include Afghanistan, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Jody Jacobs, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here where we leave off Friday morning. College football. Yeah, Big Ed made his picks. If you weren't with us in hour number 1, where we leave off there. All right, he's choosing Texas over Michigan. Okay. Boomer Sooner, Oklahoma to defeat Houston. Utah over Baylor this weekend. He picks Tennessee to beat North Carolina State, Oklahoma State to beat Arkansas, which we've heard several disagreeing with that. We'll see. Lastly, he picked Nebraska over Colorado. most of the games, it's going to be kind of reminiscent of week number 1. We're going to see some of these big blowout scores. 52-3, those kind of things. Things don't... Got a couple of weeks, I think you said starting week number 4, things really start getting... You start getting some good matchups. There you go. Okay. So we left off there. Eagle back on board. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was a good football game tonight. Season got started, NFL, and went down to the last second. Kansas City ended up winning. I watched the end of the ball game and get to see all of it.
So what? I saw a photograph of that final call there as time was expiring. So do you think it was the right call? Was he out of bounds? Technically, was his toe actually touching the line?
Yeah. Yeah. It's about as close as you can go with these new technology they got with these cameras now. Yeah, his toe was barely, like I say, millimeters, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, his toe was definitely on the white line when they brung it down. They probably would have let him have a touchdown if they would have been in Baltimore, but they were playing in Kansas City, so they're not gonna get the benefit of the doubt when you're in somebody else's stadium. But yeah, it was a good ball game. For the first of the year, went down, like I say, the last second, but Baltimore came out with the loss. But like I said, they got another game on Friday night. That's one thing I don't like about the NFL, Steve, is these what do you call it? Out of the country games. They're playing in Brazil tomorrow.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, in Brazil, São Paulo, Brazil. Well, they trying to get new. They trying to get new people, new fans. That's the reason why they going to London, England, and they got games in England now, London, and then they got Mexico, I think, and now they going to Brazil. It's kind of like NASCAR, which I think NASCAR is making a bad mistake, Steve, by going to Mexico, because Mexico is a very dangerous place. I think you talked about this before. When they trying to transport these cars, because they have to drive the 18-wheelers down to Mexico City. Like I say, I don't think I want to make that trip. If I was to drive a truck, I don't think I want to drive. They're going to have probably some extra security to make sure, that everything goes okay. But I think NASCAR is making a bad decision going down to Mexico City. What do you think about that?
They've done it before, and I don't know that. They've got to have like an armed escort, to get them down there safely. And that's what I'm thinking. They're gonna probably have to have extra security going down to Mexico City. Like I say, I don't think they're gonna pick up too many new fans. That's what they're trying to do, but I don't think that's gonna help them get new fans in Mexico. NASCAR, they taking a race away from America. NASCAR started in the U.S. Like I've talked to you about this before, Steve. I think NASCAR is an American sport. It started in the South. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. I think that's where they ought to keep it and forget about these out of country deals. And I think they ought to just stick with the American deal, and same thing with the NFL. I know they're trying to get new fans and new revenue, but I think that because it's hard on the teams too, Steve. You realize I've never been overseas before, but can you imagine flying from like New York City over to London to play a football game? You got to have some kind of jet lag. Oh yeah.
And then you got to fly all the way back to the U.S. after the game. So it's hard on the players. Doing these out-of-country games, but, they think it's going to help them make more money. So we'll see how that turns out in the long run. But one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, we're talking about Trump right quick. Because we're coming up on the debate next week. This is Donald Trump's, this is his chance right now to eliminate Kamala. I think she's already eliminated anyway. But if he comes on television on Tuesday night and does the same performance that he put on against Joe Biden, and I really don't think Kamala's going to do anything on Tuesday because she can't do anything. That'll be the final blow for Kamala in her run for the White House. Donald Trump, he can put the doornail in her coffin on Tuesday night if he comes out with a good performance. So, like I told you a couple of weeks ago with the Biden and Trump deal, I got my popcorn ready, and I'm damn sure going to be sitting down in front of my television on Tuesday night. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. It's almost here, right? Yes. That'll be big. And I think the networks are anticipating, will there be a greater audience for this? Currently, the most watched debate in history was Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton. And they're kind of alluding that this one may even break that record. We'll see. I think it was Gilligan that brought up last evening. He sent me the link from the state of Maine about the truck going across the old covered bridge. Once upon a time, Maine could claim more than 120 covered bridges across the landscape. Last week, the head count was 9. Now there's 8. Well, 8.5. Because, despite the posted signs, the driver of an overweight vehicle decided to cross one. He didn't make it, not even halfway. The bridge bottomed out, sending the driver, the truck, and the cargo plummeting into the waters below. This was Babbs Bridge in Gorham, Maine. Has the oldest history of the state's remaining covered bridges, this one dating back to 1840. With a weight limit of 3 tons, the driver behind the wheel of a Ford F-750 thought he could make it, but alas, these trucks can be over 9,000 pounds empty. And depending on what's in the bed, they could be between 26 and 37,000 pounds. Oh, yes, the driver was hauling crushed gravel. Even if the vehicle were an older F-Series with 0 cargo, the weight would have exceeded what the little old bridge could handle. The ability to read apparently doesn't necessarily mean you can understand the words. That's my guess. The driver didn't change his route. There are no signs regarding weight limits placed on or near the bridge itself. There are roadway signs, large and unobstructed, indicating the bridge's height, 10 feet, width, single lane, and support, 3-ton max, 6,000 pounds. Those signs placed along the Hurricane Road at the last major intersection before arriving at the bridge crossing. Basically, there's no way to miss the signs. Based on the images, the bridge gave way almost immediately under the weight of the truck. Driver suffered minor injuries, was able to exit the vehicle. Luckily, no one else was hurt, considering this is a very popular area with swimmers, kayakers, and things of that nature. But good morning, Scarecrow. Casual Friday.
Well, even if that sounded like it would have been a dump truck, and even if it was on the small side, that's a minimum of 10,000 pounds, probably close to the 12,000 there. So, yeah, he was smoking wacky tobacco or something there. But, well, Steve, given that Rambler did a little name dropping there, we're going to just pick up where he left off there. When Knucklebuster called in the first time this morning, he told us he was not going to entertain us, and he's singing there, and knowing that he would be calling in, around the loneliest hour here, it's going to come. It's going to come back around. It's going to haunt us. But no, he held true to his word. So is that good fortune, Steve, or do we have to dwell on this now and realize that he might be holding this over our head for some time to come? I guess time will tell there. Something to look forward to, yep. Oh, Steve, I'm staying on the casual side, but I guess I do have to dwell on the current issues here. And it's truly a shame where the word shooter
shooter to schools and faculty is now what the word bomb is to the airline industry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about as far back as we can remember, the word bomb was not to be spoken on a plane, and certainly the word shooter these days is, that doesn't lead for pleasant dreams by any means. Now, let's see, where do we want to go here? Piece on our news last night. Joe there, Mr. Biden, he was in town yesterday. There's probably going to be a lot of this, particularly in the swing states now. They were doling out money, and one of the electrical suppliers, rural electrical suppliers south of La Crosse, they got a pretty healthy chunk of money, so he came to town for the photo op, and the community is about 20 miles south of La Crosse. But the news commentator last night, when he mentioned, he got on the helicopter and thought, wait a minute, we know darn well he came in on Air Force One. Well, then it kind of all came together on Wednesday forenoon on my way home to the crow's nest there. I kind of had the window down. I thought, well, we're right in the glide path to the airport. And I thought, well, that doesn't sound like an airliner, and they don't schedule flights at this time of the day. And so I actually pulled over because I knew I'd be able to get an eye on it. Yeah, sure enough, it was a C-17, and that does not happen in our area. I've only ever seen one other one in the air, and then after that news report, that kind of pieced everything together. That they were bringing in his helicopter, and I suppose any other support vehicles and such that for the trip.
Right, the Beast.
For no other reason. To get out of La Crosse and down to the south there, there's a pretty good grade. I'm sure that tank on four wheels that they ride around in the motorcade with, it huffed and puffed up there. But so we had that going there. Oh, what else? Tonight the trip didn't start out the best. An hour and a half in, and a sign on the interstate says all lanes closed 8 miles ahead. And I calculated to figure we got 4 exits between the 2 points. And so I floated it out to the very end, and there was a big rig turned around, wrapped up. They were dragging him off of an overpass at Wisconsin Dells up here. Well, my thoughts were, I'll bet that lane is going to open up any moment now, given dragging that rig out of the way. But so I committed to alternate route. We could go north or south. I headed it on the south and about 7 miles and turned into town and headed out of town on the alternate route. I've been on it many times, and here's the sign: road closed.
Oh boy!
No trucks allowed. Yeah. Well, so we backtracked. Well, we'll go to the alternate route on the north side of the interstate. Well, it's like I figured by the time I got back up there with everything was gone, all the flashing lights, all the rotators and everything else. They cleaned the site up, and yes, Steve, I could have exited from the interstate, went down to the very first ramp, turned around, and come back up, because the eastbound ramp was east of where that accident was. So either way, we're smiling because it is Friday there. Oh,
just a little
casual
scenic detour. Come on, just a few extra miles. You enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Actually, it wasn't bad. No, years back it would have been a 2-lane, but now it's 65 mile an hour 4 lanes. So it is what it is. Now, one last casual thing here, Steve. Now, early in the week, that 2-time world champion bull hauler, he kind of dangled a carrot in front of us, if you remember right. He's talking about big news coming ahead.
Yes.
Big news for his end of the trucking business. And So I've been dwelling on this a little bit now, Steve. Now, I wouldn't doubt, Steve, where there's going to be a new piece of iron coming with even more chrome and even more power to be driven by one said championship bull hauler. He's not a bull hauler. Yes, he is a bull hauler. I'm getting the bull hauler and Manu hauler
right. Yes.
mixed up here, but so as Bongino would say, flag this when he wants to mark a moment on the program way. I'm saying, maybe I'm not going to commit to it, but yeah, let's put an amber flag on this program.
I believe he said it's going to be, well, at the time he said about 8 weeks, right? So we should be down to like 7 weeks and counting, maybe. All right, happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 74 scattered rain through the day today in Fort Wayne, 69 and the same scattered rain through the day for Sterling Heights, Michigan. We're going out to the Fort Wayne Tin Caps South Bend Cubs baseball game Saturday night. Second to the last game of the season for Fort Wayne. I did not make the playoffs this year. But here we go. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Have a great weekend from Truckin' Phil and Semper Fi. Casual Friday, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So you were talking about the Ravens game there a little bit with the Chiefs and the possibility that the refereeing possibly could have interfered with the outcome of the score of the game. And do you think in the crowd, in attendance in the crowd, did there happen to be a certain individual named Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Was she in attendance to witness the game?
Oh, yes, absolutely. She was there.
Now, what would have happened, because she still has a boyfriend that plays down on the field there, right?
You think during as they were reviewing the play, I have to go back and see, were they focused in on Taylor up there, seeing her reaction to, come on, let him win.
I'm just wondering what would happen if the referees allowed the Ravens to win and all her fans, those Swifties, were outside the stadium waiting for the referees to exit the facility. I mean, were the referees a little worried about leaving to go home, that, there's all those Swiftie fans that possibly could be around the... I don't know. I'm just surmising here, Your Honor. I just, not saying what would or wouldn't happen, but I'm just, maybe with that call, maybe the Swiftie fans, maybe they went out to the club, took the referees out clubbing or something afterwards.
Okay.
I don't know.
All I know is Big Ed made it sound like if that particular play had playoff implications or it was a Super Bowl, they would have probably... I don't even know if they sent the play to New York to let New York make the determination. I think, and he said the ref on the field didn't even look at the replay. He looked at the Jumbotron and said, "That's it, out of bounds." So now Eagles said if they were in Baltimore, that they very well may have let that slide and gone into overtime.
Okay. But the other thing is they play 16 regular games in a season. So with 16 regular games and that conference it has the Ravens, the Steelers, the Bengals, the Browns. Is that about it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
One in there, but anyways, usually they are all within one game of each other, other than possibly Browns, or unless the Bengals just decide to throw the whole season away and just play like the Chicago White Sox. But did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. They're usually within one game of, either being in the playoffs or in the wild card. so this one game, the very first game of the season, could be the one game that does not let them get into the playoffs or into the wild card or anyways. But and I just can't believe now that we had Casual Friday and Knuckle Buster called in and he kind of just did a weak papa, mau mau. I just can't believe he did that. So I mean, because there's so many people out there in the listening audience that just, you know, can't stand to go a day without hearing Elvira, you know, and just love that papa, mau mau.
That's the worm. You're trying to plant the worm in our heads, aren't you, for the weekend, trying to get it stuck. He brought up the White Sox, yeah. Hey, it looks like they actually won a game. Yeah, they're the last 10 is 1-9. They won. They did not hit that 10-game losing streak again. Record now stands at 32 wins, 109 losses. And again, on track to possibly lose 126 games on the season. Okay. Hey, speaking of our friends there in the Northeast, real quick, like concerns about, earlier this week, we were talking about possibly a massive rain out, massive coastal storm. The tropical rainstorm that's been impacting the Gulf Coast, exiting the eastern seaboard today. Looks like it's going to take a track further out to sea. It's going to be bringing some showers to the Northeast, but it's not going to be the washout that they were talking a couple of days ago. This southern rainstorm will stay separated from the cool front that's headed into the Northeast this weekend. So rather than a weekend washout, you'll probably see some spotty showers, a few pockets of maybe steadier rain. The bulk of the rain during the first part of the weekend in the central Appalachians, much of the mid-Atlantic. Looks like mainly Sunday for those in the New England area. Now, they do point out if the tropical rainstorm over the southeast strengthens significantly, because it could do that when it hits the Gulf Stream and tracks a bit closer to the coast, you may have to contend with some long-lasting windswept rain, coastal flooding, major travel disruptions. All right, and they're watching several other areas in the tropics at the same time, so we'll leave it there and call it a Friday. Hope you've had a great week. Thanks so much for being with us. So have a safe weekend. We'll come back. Hope your wagers are correct, and we'll see you there at the midnight hour. Sunday night into Monday morning, if all goes according to plan, for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the one ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,